maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court.
Well, that's what you need, something that's directly on point. Yeah, this is going to be the first episode of Morons. I don't care anymore. This is it. And we all know why the DOJ put that policy in place. It's because Hunter Biden was committing so many crimes. You could take that DNA from all those crime scenes and put them into the genealogy match and get the president. I'm being facetious, but
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Kohberger to this case.
Okay, hold on. Beep, beep, beep. Back up the truck. I guess we're going to get into this now. Real quick, just a real quick rundown of the evidence against Bryan Kohberger. Bryan's DNA is at the crime scene on the knife sheath. Not an alarm clock, not a toothbrush, not a door handle, not a pillow, not a remote. A K-bar knife sheath snap that is next to one of the murder victims. Bryan Kohberger ordered the same K-bar knife, knife sheath, and a knife sharpener on Amazon in April of 2022, the same sheath that was found at the crime scene during the summer and fall of 2022. Bryan Kohberger's cell phone pinged 23 times off cell phone towers near the crime scene, late at night, early morning, each time. A car with a similar make and model and color to his is seen circling the crime scene and seen pulling up to the house right before the murders occurred on security camera. His cell phone is off. His cell phone comes back onto the network south of the city where the murders occurred, where he does not live. And this is just the evidence we know. Hello, chat. I am here. I finally got this rendered out. Here we go. Fair use, fair use, fair use. This is just my opinion, just my opinion. Don't sue me. This show in no way represents any legal, financial, or otherwise advice other than just common sense. All views expressed here are, of course, the opinion of the host and should be considered as such. Thank you to the replay crew. Thank you to everyone that watches and comments. I love to see your comments. I love to respond because that's what this channel is all about, having a conversation. Everyone that's here live right now in the chat, I'm here with you as well. I might pause this video and pop up with comments live on camera. The main reason I pre-record this is to organize my thoughts so I don't ramble and waste your time. So here we go. Morons is a podcast about the dumbest people to have ever existed on this planet. This premiere episode of Morons is dedicated to Madison Mogan, Kayleighan Colvez, Santa Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. May their souls forever be at rest and eternally happy. Also to the family and friends of these four victims, and may they receive some relief from the eventual conviction and execution of Bryan Kohberger. Bryan Kohberger motions from January 2025. These are the genius motions to, for some reason, claim that the IGG DNA process was illegal. Let's watch this lawyer do this with a straight face.
We are back on the record in State v. Kohberger, CR 0124316665. We are now going to hear argument from the parties on the Frank's motions filed by the defense. That will include the Frank's hearing that was held on the IGG issue, as well as the defense's proffer as to the rest of the Frank's issues as to why the court should hold a hearing on those matters. We're holding an evidentiary hearing on those matters.
Okay, so Frank's motion is a legal challenge to the validity of a search warrant or arrest warrant, specifically arguing that the affidavit used to obtain the warrant contained false or misleading information. I don't see how this connects to the IGG as it is in reality, but we'll see.
Runner, I may have missed it, but I thought we were offering argument on suppression IGG.
The suppression IGG, we can also argue that. I think it's wrapped up in the same issue. I thought we were going to Frank's next.
I did not. I apologize.
Side note, what this middle lawyer is so weird.
Well, do you want to argue suppression on IGG and then we can do the Franks? That's fine.
I would need 5 minutes to get my Frank's items ready.
Let's do argument on the suppression of the IGG related matters, and then we can then hear the Frank stuff. That's fine. If that's what you're prepared to argue.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll pause right here. The IGG suppression, I don't understand this motion at all. IGG is investigative genetic genealogy, and whereby they take a DNA sample, put it into a database, and then it spits out relatives. That's not used as any part of evidence of like, oh, this person matched amongst these, so they must be guilty. No, it's a tip, but it is because you know all the relatives. What you do is you follow them down and you find the common people that it could be, and then you look into them. For instance, let's say all those people shared in common a 53-year-old woman in Maine. Well, that probably wouldn't be their number one suspect to go and research up. But if it was a graduate student that lived in Washington State, 10 miles away from Moscow, Idaho, well, let's go check that guy out. Regardless, the DNA from the knife sheath matches Bryan Kohberger. I'd like to see the defense. So let's say there was hypothetically a different person that could be that was matched genealogy, like 2 DNA samples. I'd like to see the defense argue how we need to ignore that alternate suspect as well because of the IGG search. I don't understand what she's arguing here or how she's arguing it.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by...
I mean, this is the Hail Mary for the defense. If you can get this thrown out, you can pretty much get everything thrown out after it, and then all the evidence against Bryan becomes the fruit of the poisonous tree. Now, I'm not sure how that is ensuring a fair trial, since that's what the defense always claims, upholding our rights. How is eliminating genetic evidence that connects the person to the crime fair? How is that fair to eliminate that? Back to the substance I was talking over it.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution.
Lawyer, Mossath.
Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy.
Unless it's just pixelated.
And within every single one of those stages, a warrant was required. None was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to...
Yeah, Mr. Furley, same here. It got to the point of extreme frustration. I can't hold it back anymore, and I can't wait for Shins anymore to join me, because he would be better because he has actual legal knowledge. But just based on what I know, so keep it going.
Identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab through Moscow Police Department moved a DNA sample to Othram Laboratories to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant, and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed.
Okay, so just comments here because I don't understand the logistics of this motion at all. First, the DNA that they are testing was left at the crime scene. So are you advocating a warrant should have been served or used to test crime scene DNA? If that's not it, what are you arguing? Because this test didn't involve your client's DNA at all. This is totally separate. This is his relatives. So who's being violated by the lack of a search warrant? Number two, she's going to make a big deal about the 3 stages and how it's hidden or whatever. Okay, well, let's handle the last one first.
Yes.
The garbage test. We all know, I mean, anybody who watches any kind of legal shows or anything knows that stuff left in the garbage, unless it's like the garbage can is on the back of the house or whatever, but if you put it out the street, that's considered abandoned. So the police can take that as evidence. Why do you think they follow people around to find discarded cups and trash cans, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, so let's talk about the different tests now. So the Idaho lab probably took the initial sample and developed an STR profile for CODIS, which is short tandem repeats, which is different than a SNP profile, SMP, whatever. There's many thousands more markers in a SNP profile that you would use to find genetic information than a STR. And they didn't get any matches in CODIS. And so they sent it over to Ortham, another lab. Ortham didn't get any matches on whatever they tested, but then they developed a SNP profile, I believe, which explained why it got bigger. And they didn't match to anything because of their limited databases, and they sent it to the FBI, and the FBI was able to match it to individuals in a database that they had access to. Whether they are supposed to do that according to their interim policies or internal policies is a different matter, but it doesn't make it illegal. Those are just policies. It has nothing to do with the law. So we have a sample left at a crime scene. Therefore, if we're not going to test crime scene evidence without search warrant or some kind of privacy rights, that's insane. It was tested against people that aren't the defendant here. Where is the violation of the defendant's rights?
Your Honor, for the purposes of the Fourth Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that.
That's not good. You have no case law that supports your position because it sounds insane.
Nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not.
Well, Judge, let me tell you, there are no cases supporting my position, but there's no cases opposing it. Not because nobody has had the balls to argue this, but...
Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for your Honor.
Okay. Are you saying that they faked it somehow or something? I'm guessing it's protection of investigative techniques. But unless you're saying they faked the data, which I don't know how you fake a S&P profile or SNP profile accurately enough, and then presumably you faked the STR comparison as well for the individual when they actually tested against Bryan after they get the swab from his cheek. I mean, that's pretty bold. And not to mention, let me cut in here based on, well, not based on this comment, but again, the thing that makes me, I understand vigorous defense, but seems to be a confusion. It's not supposed to be 50-50 odds at the start of the trial. That's not what makes it fair. You're supposed to make sure that the prosecution doesn't break the law. What I want to know, Ann Taylor, if you succeeded in these motions, ended up getting this DNA thrown out for the guy who definitely did it, and he ends up walking, do you view that as justice, Ann Taylor? Because that's what you're arguing. You're not arguing for just no death penalty in these motions. I mean, you do that a lot, but you're trying to get them off. How is that justice, Ann Taylor? You gonna feel good at night? DNA was taken off of a snap button on knife sheet that Bryan happened to order on Amazon months before the crime. So you just got, what, law enforcement got lucky? Oh, we're gonna plant this DNA, this genetic DNA that we give us relatives, and it happens to point to the same fake profile that, or the DNA we planted on the snap. And we also happen to know that this defendant bought the knife sheath. So we're either setting him up the entire time. What is this?
Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. The court can see from the various affidavits in this case that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because...
What are you talking about? She is a public defender. I don't know if she's acting as a public defender in this one or if she was hired, but she's qualified for capital cases. So I honestly don't know if she's acting as a public defender. I don't think so, because I think they hired these lawyers. But she's apparently I think she might be the only qualified death penalty capable public defender in the state. But that doesn't mean, I think she just moved out of the public defender's office, if I'm not mistaken, because she just took on another case, which is part of the bullshit when she's arguing like, oh, there's so much evidence, we can't go through it. We got to take the death penalty off the table. You just took another case, Ann Taylor, and you wanted all the evidence. Oh, it does not get better. And we only get through 3 motions in here. Just giving you a heads up. 1 from January here, and then 2 from April. There's like 8 hours of it, but you know, it's going to be long enough. I don't understand this statement. Oops. The DNA from the crime scene produced relatives that pointed to a common descendant, which was Bryan Kohberger, who probably matched some other criteria of living in the area. And he had his cell phone, which matches, whatever. Okay.
Nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information. And
so what? Does your client's DNA match the DNA on the knife sheath? This is a stupid argument. I know why you're doing it, but so what?
We've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist. We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week. Not through the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret. When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. Information. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurance.
Again, because the state isn't relying on any of this. They're not going to present it as evidence at the trial. That's why you don't have access to any of it, because it doesn't matter. It's not going to be entered as evidence.
It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
Thank you, Judge Common Sense. I think his name is Judge Hipper, but I'm calling him Judge Common Sense.
Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the jed.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to
This kind of exposes the stupidity of your argument, so you're going to play dumb.
whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on the knife sheet.
I'm not talking.
They're saying that the knife DNA produced relatives, which gave them the name Bryan Kohberger, and his DNA matches to the knife sheath. But they're not talking about the genetic matches. And the relatives are not Bryan Kohberger. Where's the invasion of privacy here?
About the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Those databases don't turn out a name and say this is your
I have a
suspect.
privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is
Then what are you arguing? If that's not what you're saying, what are you talking about?
if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your.
Remember, we're talking about the DNA left at the crime scene. So what? It's illegal to search crime scene DNA now, Miss Taylor. What else are you arguing? If you're not arguing against the other side, which the judge just highlighted.
Your own DNA.
But not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
How
Why
is
is
it
it a
loaded?
loaded question? Isn't it a
Thank you,
factual
Judge.
question?
Thank you, common sense judge.
It is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and
The DNA was left at a crime scene.
our position.
I agree that part was is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA that was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant.
Yeah, you need to prove that.
I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named. This is
Look at
about an
notes.
identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Kohberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in
outstanding
violation of his
accused.
rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of
Judge.
his rights?
Thank you, Judge.
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody.
You're saying that I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that
Foreshadowing.
if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that concludes that. and it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law. And I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think, Your Honor.
Yeah, Judge, it is an extreme position to take. Don't worry, we're all with you.
Is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue, their abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing, intentional leaving of something.
Wait, is your argument that your client would not knowingly have left his DNA at the crime scene, and so therefore it wasn't abandoned?
For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
Oh my God. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and malign the court and imply that somehow this is unfair and biased. No, you have to prove your crazy position here, Ian Taylor, because it doesn't make any sense. You're objecting to crime scene DNA being tested against other people's DNA as a violation of your client's privacy rights.
Me?
No, I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent fingerprints.
Me too, Judge.
Well, Your Honor,
Yeah, how is this different than fingerprints?
I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different
So
search.
I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument.
I don't understand why we say allegedly on the knife sheath. Is because it hasn't been entered into court evidence. But I mean, it's the DNA taken from the knife sheath. Why is it alleged? I don't know. Whatever.
Is twofold. One, your client complains that a search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. That's thing one. Thing two is an objection to the law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point, understanding the basis for that, because I can't find any case law that would support that idea.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
That somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Well, I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court.
He did not give
to
permission.
some cases.
I think one
He did not
concurring
consent
opinion in a
as
case
the-
that held otherwise.
Yeah,
Sovereign
okay.
citizens would say.
So I looked this up. She names what's she name? She names Davis. By the way, I went on this whole breakdown of the case from my memory here, but then it was kind of got messed up at the end, so I just cut it all and let the state review it later. But it's a horrible thing to cite. I mean, which shows just how desperate this is. But the opinion upheld it. Besides that, in all the footnotes or all the discussion on the Davis case, everything like the Innocence Project and everyone was saying, no, you should use DNA testing as much as it's available because it's the best indicator of who's guilty. And so any suppression of the DNA evidence would hinder justice. So it's an interesting quote by this lawyer, Ann Taylor, because it doesn't support her at all. She's making a very loose connection.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about. Okay. Our first point is it was an illegal search, and this is...
You keep saying that. How?
Which search?
Assumption.
Which search? It was illegal.
Well, first the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash pool.
So you're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret, that happen when...
It's not that secret. We all know what happened. They developed a SNP profile. You're even discussing it here.
There's a portion of the DNA taken, and it's searched by Othram to create a SNP. And then when that doesn't produce anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the SNP ourselves. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those are the problems. As far as asserting family...
Specific DNA tests done of the sample that goes from legitimate to illegitimate?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath...
Not my theory. I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the gristle is in this.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken. I'm adopting it only for that purpose, and I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches need a warrant.
And remind me, Davis was the cell phone?
No, I'm sorry.
So they do a little search here.
Davis case.
Hang on 2 seconds.
Skip ahead.
Those are the three areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant and there wasn't. There is an expectation of privacy in one's DNA that society is willing to recognize.
Yeah, the full DNA profile, not a forensic DNA profile. And this wasn't used to get some medical information on Bryan. They found his relatives. Oh, sorry. They found the relatives of the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath at the crime scene next to one of the victims. Who wants to defend that privacy? What are we talking about?
And I think I'd talked to the court a little bit about the things that happened in this case that were super secret. I think we'd gotten to the point where we were talking, and this goes to recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram. And then the FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that
Policy,
Department of Justice interim policy, and that policy it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed. And they did that. The court has that in another exhibit.
It's a bad policy, not a bad
constitutional violation.
It's not a law.
Your Honor, it goes to privacy.
Suppressed for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, as well as Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy, so there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP. In a SNP at all, there has to be a warrant to search the
SNP left at the crime scene.
These types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have any policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about the different IGG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IGG to solve it because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Kohberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Okay, so what they're talking about here is obviously the Golden State Killer. And what happened was, I think it was 2018, whatever, they had the sample of the Golden State Killer, and one of the detectives took that sample and submitted it to like a 23andMe or Ancestry or whatever, like they were a customer, and then got the report back saying like, here's all your relatives, right? And then they went through that, traced down to find all the common descendants, and then they investigated each one of those people. They didn't arrest them all. They didn't say all these people are the Golden State Killer. They investigated and they compared with the other evidence, and they got to the killer. Yeah, and then that got out there, and then a bunch of people were like, oh, I don't want 23andMe and Ancestry using my DNA for law enforcement support or criminal search or whatever. And those databases went public and said, we will not share it because of a business interest, because there was a drop off in user submissions. By the way, whoever complained about it, those drop offs, put those people on the watch list because they're up to some. No, I'm just kidding. Don't put them on a watch list, but anyone who's like, I'm not submitting because I don't want to search, but I think we should all be tagged at birth with CODIS, not the SNP profile necessarily, but tag him at birth with CODIS. What's the problem? CODIS is not medical DNA. An STR profile doesn't tell you anything about a person. It's just an identifier, like a fingerprint. It's like your fingerprint doesn't tell you about your risk of cancer or whatever that can be passed on to an insurance company, blah, blah, blah. It's just a genetic identifier, but whatever.
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
It's got to be a standing.
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Kohberger to this case.
Okay, hold on. Beep, beep, beep. Back up the truck. I guess we're going to get into this now. Real quick, just a real quick rundown of the evidence against Bryan Kohberger. On November 13th, 2022, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were all brutally murdered inside their rental home in Idaho. A knife sheath was found at the crime scene next to Madison Mogan, which was later found to have DNA on the snap on the sheath. The murders occurred between 4 and 4:30 a.m., according to initial timeline. Meanwhile, that DNA profile was searched. The FBI gave a tip of saying, hey, Bryan Kohberger is matched to these relatives, and he lives right next to it. Bryan Kohberger's DNA and the DNA left on the knife sheath snap is a 1 in 5.37 octillion times match. The DNA tested from the Kohberger's trash compared to the knife sheath DNA is a 99.9998% chance to be either the father or maybe the offspring that left the DNA on the knife sheath. Bryan Kohberger ordered the same K-bar knife, knife sheath, and a knife sharpener on Amazon in April of 2022, the same sheath that was found at the crime scene. During the summer and fall of 2022, Bryan Kohberger's cell phone pinged 23 times off cell phone towers near the crime scene, late at night, early morning, each time. On the night of the murders, a white sedan believed to be identified as a Hyundai Elantra is seen circling the crime scene 5 times according to security cams. Bryan Kohberger has a white Hyundai Elantra. Bryan Kohberger was also pulled over near the crime scene in August 2022 in his white Hyundai Elantra, driving by himself with his cell phone, and where he identifies his address. Bryan Kohberger's cell phone turns off shortly before 3 a.m. on the night of the murders and turns on again south of Moscow around 4:50 a.m., I believe, or something like that. But the point is, his phone is off during the window of the murders. Bryan's alibi for that night is that he was out looking at the stars. It was a cloudy, overcast night. The conspiracy theorists say, oh, well, he was out driving. That's why he lost cell phone coverage. He didn't turn his phone off. It just lost coverage. Okay, well, then how do you explain that his phone, when it came back onto the network, was south of Moscow? It wasn't out where you're claiming he was looking at stars coming back onto the network. So we just happened to drive back over by the crime scene. Just 5 hours after the murders that occurred between 4 and 4:30 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger again decides to drive over to near the crime scene between 9 and 10 a.m. before the 911 call has even been made reporting the murders. People make a big deal about there not being a known connection between Bryan and the victims. We don't know that. There could be more evidence presented at trial. But regardless, lack of a digital connection between him and his victims is a lot less convincing than his DNA being at the crime scene. And the other thing that's bothering is none of these motions are arguing that it's correct. They're just saying it's mysterious. They're not saying there's anything that was done wrong that produced a wrong result, or that somehow if it was done differently, it wouldn't produce the DNA match to Bryan Kohberger. But let's move on.
They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Bryan Kohberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years, facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Give me the world's smallest violin.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
Mm-hmm.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
Again, I'm looking at that.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is, and we think it is based on case law.
Weird smile. I'll probably blow it up.
Case law, that's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches, and there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene, that there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched without a warrant to establish identity.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Do not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial. I think.
Right. Wait. It's the subject of the trial. Right. So it stays in. You're trying to exclude it from the trial. What are you talking about, Ian Taylor?
The Carpenter case is really instructive for the court here. And that case was about, it was about third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you went.
Everywhere?
I'm sorry?
We leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things.
Okay, but your DNA left at a crime scene is very personal, probably because, yeah, it's going to convict you because Bryan 100% did this.
That's how you carry out your business. That's how you go, you drive your car to go to the doctor, your cell phone's heading on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so...
I'm going to go ahead and replace personal with more specific. Yes. It's not just showing that you were in the area like the cell phone towers do for the 23 times of the summer and fall of 2022. The DNA shows that Bryan touched the knife sheath next to the victim.
Different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches. And that's what we're asserting here.
Somebody make this make sense. How is this not the dumbest argument
so
I've
much
heard
information contained
ever
in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house. None of us can. To be able to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left.
I agree, Ann Taylor. Anyone who leaves their DNA at a crime scene, they've given up that privacy right. You're right. Society may fall apart, but I'm going to go ahead and lean towards the aspect of we're going to solve crimes by testing the DNA left at crime scenes.
Going to be the standard. You put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard.
At a crime
would
scene.
Erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court...
Oh, that's what you need, something that's directly on point. Yeah, this is going to be the first episode of Morons. I don't care anymore. This is it.
Talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington. In that case...
I live in Washington. Don't cite any case law from Washington. We have all kinds of bad decisions here. This isn't helping you, Ann Taylor.
It keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into
Mr. Furley, that's the other reason I believe there's got to be something specific about these victims. I mean, I agree that he found them some way, but if he had killed somebody inside Washington, less than 10 miles that he drove to do that, he wouldn't be facing the death penalty. And he's a criminal sociology or whatever major, unless he didn't understand that difference. So, yeah.
two data
Oops.
aren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't. The court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the three places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where the people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive, I think, and important for the court to think about how secretive this all was.
Look at this middle lawyer's face again.
We are months from trial, and we are learning things about how the government identified Bryan today in open court when we've asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in the
I didn't even realize this, Ann Taylor. You're talking about all of us. All of our freedoms are at stake. Now, when we go out to commit a crime and leave our DNA there, we have to think about the fact that any of us could have that DNA searched and could be identified. Oh my God. Ann Taylor's right. What are we going to do? If I can't go out and commit a crime and expect my DNA isn't going to be tested, that I accidentally leave there, I didn't intentionally leave it there because it just so happens that I'm an idiot like Bryan Kohberger, my DNA could be tested. Oh my God. So many more people are going to be locked up for the crimes they committed. This is a travesty.
This case should absolutely be suppressed.
judge looks
I
impressed.
suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why should I permit?
So I think this is the judge faking a better opposing question or theoretical question than Ann Taylor did in her own defense by the judge to display some impartiality. But he's putting it much better than Ann Taylor did.
Evidence obtained potentially by searching databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms,
Seems to be the evidence.
the terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
The FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree, we won't search those ones.
so I'll address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So for example, like we cited in our brief, 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database.
It's a good argument.
Regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and taking it?
No, Your Honor, because right now what we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so the fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain. And certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these.
Real quick, I mean, the rest of this portion is a lot of the state argument, which I don't comment on other than agreeing with it. If you guys want me to skip ahead to the next motion, let me know in the chat.
These databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it.
Oops.
I do want to address the second part of the court's question about the FBI has indicated that they wouldn't do this. I believe that's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document. And if you look at the policy in footnote 1, it clearly says this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice, or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on a policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem in the sense that on the one hand it says don't do this, and on the other hand,
We're not doing contract law.
General
It's
sort
criminal
of
law.
catch all this says, but we're not really meaning anything we say.
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all. I think
But why does it matter? contract law doesn't apply here in a criminal case, does it? Somebody help me out.
Problem is they are putting way too much weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to.
And we all know why the DOJ put that policy in place. It's because Hunter Biden was committing so many crimes. You could take that DNA from all those crime scenes and put them into the genealogy match and get the president. I'm being facetious, but I don't understand this policy.
Have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said a policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain. And what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense.
Thank you.
Davis is a case where it was a very unique set of facts. There was an investigation into a shooting. An officer went to the hospital, and when he went into the victim's room, he saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant.
He's going to explain it much better than I did.
The clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no, you can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion,
it's not quite the same summary I get, but I'm going with the prosecutor here. He probably understands it better than I do. I probably read it wrong.
It was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit. It expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the plain view doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate.
I mean, if you guys want to hear the state argue, you can just watch the hearing itself. I put the link in the description below there. Let's get to the, I don't have much commentary on it. Get to the next motion. I don't know what's at the end of this. Ultimately now, being mid-April, we know that the judge denied this motion. Judge denied it because it's garbage. Faster than the human brain. Oh, there's a clip at the end of here we need.
That's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
Yeah, if they did, which they didn't. All right, so we're gonna skip past the rest of this. Ultimately now, being mid-April, we know that the judge denied this motion because it's garbage. All All right, so we're going to switch here to a couple different topics. Number one, let's just go ahead and address this here. The defense's legal strategy is to try and get the death penalty off the table for Bryan Kohberger. And I wish they would just come out and say that and just have enough integrity to admit it, because all these motions are bullshit. But I was thinking the other day, personally, to me, if you're convicted of stabbing 4 people to death, like the painlessness shouldn't really be a priority. But I think I have a solution. What we need to do for all the people that are worried about pain and suffering, we all know that underwater implosions they're milliseconds, faster than the human brain can comprehend what's going on. So what we need is just to kind of set up some kind of instant depressurization scenario, because those happen instantaneously. Remember Ocean Gate? The only thing that made it not a nightmare hearing about was that they basically didn't know that they died, because it happened faster than their brain could respond. There was no pain.
But if you were wondering just how instant we're talking about, let me explain. It takes our brain 100 milliseconds to process pain, and it takes our eyes 13 milliseconds to process visually. So when the Titan imploded, the high pressure caused the entire event to take less than 1 millisecond. This means it was truly an instant lights out for the victims.
Okay, so that's all we got to do. We can just kind of put them in a chamber where we can change the pressure differential and then just like open up a door and basically not have it crush implosion, because there are other accidents where there's pressure differential change. Somebody gets like sucked out through like a 1-inch space. I think that's pretty appropriate for Bryan and his crimes. We're going to switch to, we're going to look at some motions from April 4-9. At this point, it seems very clear to me what the defense is doing. They're trying to set a minefield out there where they can declare mistrial if any of these motions happen to go through, because, as we all know, the biggest problem for Bryan Kohberger is that he did it, and the evidence is overwhelming, despite what all the conspiracy theorists say. We've gone from the January 9th motions, which were offensive in my opinion, just because the whole idea of a fair trial, to me, means that there's nothing illegal is going on. It does not mean that the trial has to start with a 50-50 odds, like a spread in football or something. You can't exclude something just because it's bad for you. And a lot of the stuff, almost everything I've seen, is bad for Bryan. I haven't seen any evidence that conflicts with itself. The conspiracy theorists out there dial down on one single fact and call it into question, and therefore that somehow means he's innocent, which doesn't make any sense. Or they will make the logical fallacy of, since you can't prove this is 100% definitively Bryan's car, therefore it isn't Bryan's car, which makes no sense. Okay, so these are all motions in limine. Motions in limine, for those who don't know, you're trying to suppress some evidence or limit the other side from doing something or bringing something into evidence or discussing something during the trial. These are discussed beforehand so that there's no surprises during the trial. All of these motions, in my opinion, have to do with setting up some kind of technicality that they can try and work around on appeal of, oh, this was an order and the prosecution broke it, so therefore it's a mistrial. We need to start over, because who can imagine a world where Bryan Kohberger is actually executed, which he should be. This is where an overzealous defense crosses an ethical boundary, in my opinion. We all agree that we don't like prosecutorial misconduct, playing fast and loose with the rules. This is the defense setting up stuff that has nothing to do with innocence. This has to do with trying to set up a mistrial. That's all these are. And just to clarify again, if in case it wasn't clear, I am not a lawyer. I just have a rational brain and common sense.
Motions in limine regarding inflammatory evidence, use of the term murder, and use of the term psychopath or sociopath.
Okay, so the defense wants to limit the use of the word murder in a murder trial, capital murder trial, and doesn't want the prosecution using the word psychopath. Yeah, psychopath or sociopath. All right, just legal team sidebar here for you. Just from John Q. Public, man on the street. Saying the word psychopath That's not going to be what causes the jury to make them think Bryan is a psychopath. Present for your consideration exhibit number 1. Anytime the guy is photographed, just look at the dude. And I'm not talking about during court, even his own selfies. This is one that was taken hours after the murder. Now, if you didn't do it, he still looks like a psychopath, but he did do it, which the evidence makes clear. The words themselves are not your problem. It's your client. But, okay, let's see. How eliminate the word murder, psychopath, and sociopath from the capital murder trial. Again, this is just setting up a minefield, in my opinion. Oh, they said the word murder.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mistrial.
Guessing from the court's comments, the court wants me to address all 3 of those. I'll do that then. Your Honor, the motions are brought to the court based on Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights and the rules of evidence and relevant case law. With regard to the inflammatory evidence, that is requesting that the court issue an order preventing the state from trying its case with an emotional appeal or an excessive use of emotional phrasing or an excessive use of repetitive photographs. Certainly.
Oh, also, you don't want those murder photographs in there. You don't want too many of them. The jury might feel sympathetic for the victims. What are we talking about here?
We understand that
it was a brutal
there will
crime.
be photographs that we may not like that come in, testimony that we may not like that will come in. But what we're talking about is an excessive use of emotional appeal. That the examples that we've seen in relevant case law come from State versus Ellington. In that case, the prosecutor repeatedly used a phrase that was inflammatory about the defendant having run over the wife of a witness who was testifying. And that was found to be inflammatory because of the excessive use of that phrase. Additionally, in that case, there was an appeal to juror emotion when the state sought testimony from a witness about why he might have left his job. Those are examples of what we're talking about. The court has to do the
case?
Rules of evidence balancing.
What does that have to do? Okay. Yeah. Manson Lance.
And to do that after the state has elicited
inflammatory
testimony is difficult to undo and puts Mr. Kohberger in a position where the jury's already been inflamed. And so we're seeking to prevent that.
The jury is going to be inflamed when they see the crime scene photos because it's a horrific, brutal crime committed by a monster, a moronic monster, somebody who left clues all over. But just because the crime is brutal does not mean that it makes it unfair to show the brutality of that crime.
Your Honor, I will move then to our motion regarding the murder term. This motion is also based in Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights to due process and to a fair trial. So
the word murder, saying the word murder in a capital murder trial violates his constitutional rights. Bullshit.
Is not a motion to ask the state not to use the term murder.
And what is it?
That's going to come out when the court reads to the jury the charging document. That's going to come out in jury instructions.
It's also on their verdict form.
This motion is about the state, through its witnesses, labeling Mr. Kohberger. That invades the province of the jury. Mr. Kohberger sits here today. He's innocent, and it's up to the state to bring evidence and a jury to decide if that's different. The state, by using that kind of term as applied to Mr. Kohberger, gets in the way of what the jury needs to decide. Back when we were looking at a change of venue in this case,
witnesses?
We worked with a social scientist named Dr. Amani El Aleli, and she talked.
Yeah, when you changed venues and you screwed up their end, Taylor, because this judge isn't letting you get away with any of this stuff. The old judge was just, okay, we'll continue, just dragging it out. You thought this was going to be better. You screwed up.
talked a lot about how bias is made in people and how we think about things and how we remember things. And one of the things she talked about, and her report is in the court record, one of the things she talked about is the influence of people in a position of authority. And for the state to come in and label Mr. Kohberger in their position of authority or ask a witness, especially a witness in uniform, to do so is very detrimental. It's inflammatory to Mr. Kohberger. And it would—
Outside of opening statements, perhaps, where the state might say, we intend to prove the defendant murdered the victims, perhaps in reference in voir dire, that, you know, in this case, the defendant is accused of murder. I'm having a trouble understanding how this would come up during the evidence phase of things.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for saying what we're all thinking. What are you talking about, Ann Taylor?
Your Honor, that's why I'm asking the court to issue an order to prevent it from coming up.
Aha, right. Because an order, if the word murder gets said, then you stand up and you go, this is a violation of the court order, mistrial, appeal if you don't get the mistrial. It's so nakedly obvious what is happening here that I can't believe she's saying it with a straight face.
Sounds like you're asking me to issue an order that says the state shall not commit prosecutorial misconduct, or the parties will follow the rules of evidence.
Your Honor, I would like an order that the parties will follow the rules of evidence.
I'm sure the state would like one too.
I'm not going to oppose that, Your Honor. We'll get to the state's motion.
I don't think I need an order because, as the name implies, they are rules, which means they will be followed.
Thank you.
Your Honor, in an abundance of caution, we bring these motions, and that's based on review of case law and based on years of experience.
Abundance of caution or abundance of bullshit?
When things happen in trial, I found and I believe that it's relevant to bring these kinds of motions before the court now and have all of the parties aware of.
I think there's maybe a difference between bringing them to make sure that the issues are highlighted and the parties are vigilant versus perhaps entering sort of prescriptive orders that are so broad and vague in nature that they are essentially meaningless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is my opportunity and the place.
Yeah, we get it, Ann Taylor. Yes, this is your opportunity to. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where is it? The very, very first super chat in Hear Me Out history goes to Mr. Furley. Congratulations, Mr. Furley. For that, let's give you some Lorne sound bites.
Why don't you just say yes like you do on mine?
That's a good one.
It bothers me so fucking bad that I fucking talk like that. I hear the whole fucking conversation. I hear the whole fucking conversation. What's wrong with me at the time? If I was supposed to be 13.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, we are now monetized. We are going to have a monetization party, as I call it, when X-Derek is able to join next. Yes. And you know how long I've been waiting to throw out that term, monetization? Like, we're talking before I even switched the channel name. Anyway, thank you, sir. Oops. The judge is clearly telling you he understands what you're trying to do. You want an order in place for one reason, and he's calling you out on it, and you are just saying, this is my chance to argue that. We get it.
That is reserved for the defense to bring these motions. I think that they're important motions, and with court's orders, it makes it more clear. Even if the court order isn't spelling out, you can't say this, you can't do that. I think there's an awareness, and I think it's relevant to have that order. I think it's important to have that order, and most of all, I think it's protective of Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights to have that order. That's our request with regard to
Address sociopath or psychopath.
Yes, I'd like to
address. The state was intending to go there, but you're welcome to address it.
Your Honor, if the state is stipulating not to use those terms, I don't need to make a full argument on that, but I'm prepared to do so. I'll be brief.
If they stipulate, do you still want an
We
order?
brought this motion again under Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights to a fair trial and due process of law.
Again, fair trial does. First one, I didn't even read the super chat on the air, but I will read your correction. Mr. Furley, $1.99 says, I love this judge. No bullshit. Sounds kind of gay. Not mean 50-50 odds.
This motion is really spelled out in Dr. John Eden's affidavit when he talks about the unreliability of tests that might label somebody in that particular way and the danger of having that label applied to somebody.
Oh, so you're worried when the state gets to examine your client because you did the whole, you wanted to introduce the whole autism thing as a reason he couldn't be tried for the death penalty, which, you know, yeah, you got an expert to say that, but both sides should be able to get Bryan examined because that was one of your Hail Marys. But you're worried that when their expert interviews Bryan and goes down the thing and is like, yeah, this is true sociopathic, psychopathic behavior, you're worried about that coming out. So you want to exclude evidence beforehand that might reveal Bryan's true nature. Okay, got it. But this is about fairness. Got it.
If that's allowed to happen, then Mr. Kohberger is colored with an opinion or a way the jury will view him that is unfair.
Again, the jury just needs to see him.
And our request is that the court not allow the state to label him in testimony as a psychopath or a sociopath, because any kind of testing is unreliable. That would relate to, or that would become problematic within the rules of evidence to do so, and the inflammatory nature of those kinds of labels would.
I'm not aware of any testing that has been done that has reached that conclusion. Am I missing something?
You are.
But Your Honor, they want to test him.
Not missing anything. There has not been any testing. There has not been any labeling. This, again, is my opportunity to bring a preventative motion to protect Mr. Kohberger's constitution.
So why are you thinking this, Ann Taylor? Why are you prejudging Bryan? The state hasn't said it. You're the only one talking about psychopath and sociopath. Is that the vibe you're getting from your client? Is that you're worried that that's the vibe everyone gets from your client, and somebody might accidentally drop that term on the stand? My God.
All right. And that's the purpose of that motion. Thank you.
Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thompson.
The responses that we filed, Mr. Nye and I actually kind of divided these motions up. We didn't realize they would be heard together. But as to the inflammatory evidence, what the court has noted is exactly what our concerns are. In the defendant's filings, he doesn't specify what inflammatory evidence he's concerned about. He doesn't define the phrase exceptionally inflammatory, nor are we aware of any definition of that. The words just seem to be used loosely and freely here. And in fact, in the defendant's reply, he acknowledges at page 2 that he really doesn't even know what he's trying to object to.
Well, of course not, because if they were specific in what they wanted in the lines, even if they're granted or not, but if they were specific, then they wouldn't have the wiggle room to ask for a mistrial and to say, oh, that was inflammatory. That's wrong. Okay, mistrial. So, yeah, of course they're not going to be specific.
He's asking the court to presume that something's going to happen or anticipate something without a basis for it. We don't see any basis for the court to enter an order. We intend to conduct our trial professionally And we anticipate that if there are questions about anything that we do, that there will be a timely objection and the court can address it in that fashion. So our prayer to the court is the court deny the requests for orders that the defendant has made and simply preserve the defendant's opportunity to object if something of concern comes up in the future.
I will say Bryan has gone with the top button unbuttoned in this motions hearing, which definitely is a move in the right direction away from psychotic, where he was fully buttoned with no tie in a jacket on January 9th. But go ahead, Ann Taylor, give it another swing.
Your Honor, just briefly, the purpose of using exceptionally inflammatory is used in conjunction with our recognition that in case law, photographs that we might not like will come into evidence. Exceptionally is to define what we mean. And we mean when it's over the top.
Okay, well, don't you have the right to object to the photos being introduced during the trial, before the jury sees them? Somebody who's a lawyer out there, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't understand this argument at all. The prosecution has all the evidence submitted through discovery. The defense has seen the photos. But before they're introduced at trial, there's permission to publish, asked to the judge. You would object then and say, hey, these are, what's the word, compound or repetitive or something like that. That's when you object. Not now. You're not going to get an order right now, a blanket, vague order saying, well, we're not going to have inflammatory, excessive photos. What is this?
It's unnecessary when it's going to inflame the passions of the jury, and that tips the scale of relevance. We don't know exactly how the state's going to try its case. We do know there are over 13,000 photographs, hundreds of hours of videotape, and many, many witnesses who the state will call to testify. We believe that it is imperative that we have an order to prevent the case being tried in a way that presents inflammatory evidence and appeals to emotions for the jury.
The crime is inflammatory. It's a brutal quadruple murder by knife of 4 college students. I mean, this is the equivalent of Sarah Boone's team trying to not have the suitcase video in because it's disturbing. Well, of course it is, but it's also the crime.
All right. The standard for motions in limine, which I'm about to set forth, applies to most motions today that we will address today, and I don't intend to repeat this with each motion, but
foreshadowing.
For the record, let me go through it once. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of an action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. All evidence, all relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by the rules of evidence or other applicable laws of the court or of the state. Although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading of the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. The question of whether evidence is relevant is a...
That's the word I was looking for, Judge. Thank you. Cumulative. You're just going to show the same thing over and over from 5 slightly different angles. That's cumulative. That's excessive. Got it. But you would object in the trial before they're published to the jury or the witness.
Question of law to be reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence.
What does de novo mean? Hold on. I've heard it plenty of times before. I don't remember. Let's see. De novo. From the beginning.
is reviewed for an abuse of discretion.
What did he say?
On discretionary matters, the trial court must.
You say de novo, so we're not going to do it from the beginning?
When it's unnecessary, when it's going to inflame the passions of the jury, and that tips the scale of relevance. We don't know exactly how the state's going to try its case. We do know there are over 13,000 photographs, hundreds of hours of videotape, and many, many witnesses who the state will call to testify. We believe that it is imperative that we have an order to prevent the case being tried in a way that presents inflammatory evidence and appeals to emotions for the jury.
All right, the standard for motions in limine, which I'm about to set forth, applies to most motions today that we will address today, and I don't intend to repeat this with each motion, but for the record, let me go through it once. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of an action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. All evidence, all relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by the rules of evidence or other applicable laws of the court or of the state. Although relevant evidence may be...
Their attitude of acting as if they're not going to the extreme on these motions, implying burden shifting, bullshit.
Excluded if it is... if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading of the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. The question of whether evidence is relevant is a question of law to be reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. On discretionary matters, the trial court must correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and reach its decision by the exercise of reason. So my concern with the motions is not the substance of them in the sense that I think it's appropriate to highlight those issues that everybody should be cognizant of. It's in fashioning an order that has any real meaning because of the breadth and lack of specificity of the motions. With respect to the use of terms psychopath or sociopath, I do understand that there is no evidence that the defendant specifically has been tested and found to be with that diagnosis or personality disorder, if you will. And I understand the state is not intending to, at this point, seek to attach that label. Absent evidence, competent forensic evidence, if you will, qualified expert evidence, and I haven't worked all the way through penalty phase, and I suppose that could come up in penalty phase of things, but for now, certainly for the guilt phase, innocence phase of the trial, I am ordering that the state and its witnesses not use those two terms or their equivalents. If something happens where you believe a door has been opened before launching into that in front of the jury, you're also required to bring that to my attention outside the presence of the jury. With respect to the term murder, well, let me start with the term murder. So I don't, obviously the jury is going to be charged with what the charge is or our charges are in this case, which include first-degree murder. I don't think there's any problem in using the term murder as it describes the charges and the allegations. Testimony or statements by counsel or by others that the defendant is a murderer or committed murder, I think would be essentially argumentative in nature at this point.
Yeah.
I will tell
You
you that
think?
the one thing that will get my dander up quickly is either counsel attempting to argue outside the one opportunity they have to argue in a case like this, which is closing. And I will shut you down faster than you can imagine if I see that.
Ooh. I don't think he's focused on the prosecution here. I think he is focusing on the defense, because the defense is going to try and introduce argument wherever they can, because they will do whatever they can to get this murderer out of death row. For some reason, that makes the system better somehow. To get this guy who is definitely 100% did it, somehow not on death row is good. Why don't you donate your time to people that can't afford a lawyer? Why don't you do some pro bono work for people who have lack of resources? Fight for them, not for this dude. He's done.
If I see it again, I will admonish you in front of the jury about it, because I'm serious about not arguing in your questioning or statements or comments between questions and the nature of that. And so that would also go with the term murder, I think, to the extent that it reaches a conclusion that the defendant committed murder prior to the closing. Now, certainly the allegation that the defendant committed murder is going to be relevant and probably appropriate in opening statements, perhaps even in voir dire. But apart from that, if you're intending to go there.
For those who don't know, voir dire is going to be, it's jury selection. Yeah, okay.
You need to bring that to my attention outside the presence of the jury.
You can just see that scene from a Christmas Story. Ralphie's looking around like, not me. What the defense is trying to play here.
And that's obviously important. Both of those are important to make sure your witnesses understand as well. With respect to inflammatory evidence, I don't know what that is until I see it. Certainly there are rules regarding prosecutorial misconduct. I think counsel is likely well-versed in what those rules are. I'm not one that says I'm going to order that you follow the rules. You are counsel licensed professionally by the bar, admitted to this court. Your obligation is to follow the rules. And that is what I expect of counsel. And so any attempts to skirt the rules without a good faith basis to do so will be problematic. In terms of, and I think really where there's some potential gristle, meat on the bone here, I should say, relates to, I suppose, the photographs or videos.
Okay, so the judge denies the order. Motion eliminate 3 on the use of the term murder. Motion eliminate 4 on the use of the term psychopath and sociopath. Okay, 404B. We're gonna get Miss what's her name with the glasses that came on recently. She's always smiling at the table over there. It's very weird how she's smiling like.
Be evidence and evidence
Maybe
regarding the 404B evidence that was noticed in this case, which is the traffic stop.
I'm prepared to address that, Your Honor. I do note on the court's list, the state's motion regarding improper death penalty comments is actually next in order, but we'll take it in whatever order the court prefers.
Let me.
Oh yeah, okay. The state had their motion improper death because the state or the defense is trying to frame it as the state is trying to kill Bryan. No. They are seeking to execute a quadruple horrific murderer. that definitely did it.
Yeah, if you want to address that, let's do that first. I apologize. I should have included that within the group because I think it kind of falls within the same category.
We're going to get to
As it relates to the unnoticed,
We're satisfied using language that's already spelled out by statute, by jury instruction, and that sort of thing.
Right. So with respect to this motion, I think the ruling is really sort of encompassed within
And Ms. Nassau somehow offends
for
me
lack
more.
of a better term, ruling
with
or
her
instructions
motion.
about
Her
argumentative
tactic.
comments or statements of counsel. The example spelled out by the state, I think, would fall within that category of being argumentative and would be improper by counsel. And so obviously that shouldn't be done. And
Judge agrees.
so they should comport with the language and at the appropriate time and in the appropriate way that is not argumentative to address that issue. And so they are so ordered. All right, let's take up 404.
Okay, this next motion, the 404 motion. Yeah, the defense doesn't want the video of the traffic stop of Bryan from August. He's pulled over in his Hyundai Elantra. You see him clearly on there. He's the one driving it. He gives his phone number and his address, so they're using it for identity. The defense doesn't like that because, hey, you know, it shows him in the white car that will make the jury think that, you know, the white car that's seen driving around the scene of the night of the crime that's identified as an Elantra, and how his phone number he cites, or the phone number that he says on the body cam is also the phone number that's tracked moving around the crime scene on the night of the murders, and then coming back at 9 a.m. The next morning or a few hours later, before the 911 call is even made reporting the murder. That's very prejudicial. That makes our client look guilty. We don't want that in. So they're saying it's prior act. They're trying to exclude it on prior act, saying, which is insane because it's a seatbelt ticket. No one sees a video of the seatbelt ticket and think, oh yeah, you're definitely a murderer. No. The real reason they don't want it in is because it very clearly shows that he drives in that area. They're using for identity, whatever. It happened. And they also don't want his thesis coming in. And they're saying it's evidence of prior act, which is insane. It's his thesis. It's not a criminal act. You don't like it because it doesn't look good for Bryan. But go ahead. Make this argument with a straight face.
good morning, Your Honor.
That's all.
Your Honor, as it relates to the unnoticed 404B evidence, I understand what's been the discussion on similar.
And to clarify, what they're arguing is two separate things on 404B. One, they're saying, so basically state handed over a notice saying these should be allowed as an exception to prior bad acts, the seatbelt video. The defense is saying that they have two other things that they believe are bad acts. One of them is Thesis, another one's the Amazon account purchases that the state didn't notice, and therefore it's a violation because they failed to notice it, so it should be thrown out, which is just stupid because it's not prior bad acts. Oops.
Verbiage and concerns earlier. However, one of the things that I think it's important to note about this is that although the state has agreed that they will comply with the rule, what we do have so far in self-authenticating records, it's our position is already two mislabels of the evidence. And the specific examples are that technically the DeSales paper, the way that the state wants to use that, would fall under 404B as other act evidence. It's a
So they're saying that the state didn't label the traffic stop, and later they'll say, I think his thesis, as 404B evidence of prior acts. So I guess they're trying to say the prosecution
this
not only
better
is
live just a few
acting
minutes ago.
unethically, but this is stuff that should be excluded as prior bad acts, but it doesn't make any sense because they're not prior bad acts that would influence or let somebody believe that somebody is a murderer, right? If you introduced evidence that showed their form a murder they had done before, that would cause the jury to probably believe that they are a murderer more easily. But this is a seatbelt traffic stop, and I think his thesis or his paper that he wrote.
2020.
It's a bad act?
It's the rule says other acts to show knowledge or plan, and so the state has expressed that they plan to use
how you
that
can
paper.
use it. It's.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That's how you can use it under 404. The way you can't use it is a prior term of colloquial term is a prior bad act to show that the party acted in conformity with that they have a propensity to commit bad acts. For example, as it relates to the traffic stop,
explain it better than I could.
The concern is, he committed a bad act of not wearing a seatbelt or following too closely, and therefore he's likely to commit murder. I mean, that's how the rule works.
I don't think the judge is buying it.
Confused about your statement about the prior academic paper, how that would possibly fall within 404.
Well, when in the self-authenticating pleading that the state filed about the DeSales document, they indicated that that shows that he has knowledge of cleaning up a crime scene. So our position is that we don't want to make sure that there's not some sort of in-run. The same example that I will give you has to do with the Amazon records.
I don't think.
And run. Stop saying and run. Get this out of your vocabulary because it doesn't mean or have the weight of what you think it means. Yes, Bryan wrote a paper talking about crime scene forensics. Maybe I haven't read the paper, but that's what it seems like from what the defense is saying. I'm not believing the state propaganda that all you. Seems like what from the defense is saying. I'm not buying into the state propaganda, all you conspiracy theorists, right? This is what the defense is saying. The defense doesn't want this in because the defense knows it doesn't look good, but it's not a prior bad act.
I think that we're reading the rule the same is the concern I have. And so I want to make sure I understand your position because
I think that's a nice way of saying you're an idiot.
What you're saying is the state's trying to use evidence to show the defendant had knowledge of how to sanitize a crime scene effectively. And that's one way that you can use evidence of a prior bad act that might otherwise be concerning in terms of propensity evidence. 404B doesn't exclude evidence of plan, knowledge, intent, et cetera, that's not anchored to a bad act.
Thank you.
I don't see how 404 relates at all to the DeSales paper.
Well, it's our position that the way that the state is putting this in is, in essence, trying to anchor it to a bad act without giving notice.
What are you talking about? They're trying to anchor it to a bad act because he's describing what?
Well, I just don't think your understanding of the rules comports with my understanding of the rule.
All right. Well, I appreciate that we have a misunderstanding of the rule. Nonetheless,
it's not a misunderstanding back and forth like it's some kind of debate. He's clearly telling you, you don't know what you're arguing.
That's my position. And another example of that is the Amazon records, where they're claiming that those are self-authenticating.
The Amazon records? That's a bad act?
Relating to
evidence.
Purchases. And that also has not been noticed.
Yeah, why would it be?
To purchase things on Amazon.
But the state is...
Cut you off, Judge. Judge said it's not illegal to purchase stuff on Amazon.
Using it, Judge, to show... using it as other things to show a plan or knowledge or intent.
But that...
Yeah. What do you think we're here for? They're building a case to show that he planned this crime. What are we talking about?
Is not what 404 precludes. 404 precludes a bad act, a prior criminal act, a prior, the best term is bad, something that would suggest that it is in your character to commit a bad act, to commit the crime because you've committed another bad act, right? You abused your significant other on one occasion, and therefore you have a propensity to abuse a significant other on a later occasion. That's 404B. Evidence that somebody has knowledge or has a plan not anchored to a prior bad act isn't covered by 404. It's not precluded by 404.
Yeah, it seems pretty seems pretty straightforward to me, Judge. I get it. What's this lawyer's name? What's her name? Let's see here.
Motion was because there were simultaneous filings. 4B, anything that's.
Are you talking about?
It's our position that the state is trying to do an in run on that with this evidence. And that's why we raised the issue of.
Say it again.
404B, anything that's unnoticed, not coming in as a bad act.
Yeah, we get. That's what you said originally. You're just repeating yourself. Your bad point.
One of the ways that we contemplated drafting this motion was because there were simultaneous filings of motions in limine, was to come up with a list of things that we were concerned they may call prior bad acts. But because we didn't know what they would raise, we raised it in this form, which is without notice, they should not be able to argue evidence is a prior bad act or do make any attempt at an in run on that rule.
Okay, so if I understand what she's saying that the state was coming up with their list of prior bad acts that they wanted to let in under the 404B rule. And the defense came up with their own list of prior bad acts, and these items were on that list. And then when the state didn't identify them on their list of 404B stuff, now somehow that is an exclusion that the state didn't properly disclose. No, they didn't include them because they're not prior bad acts. Because who believes this? Who buys this argument? Who sits down in their law office and goes, "Oh yeah, the Amazon purchase, that we could call that a prior bad act." Yeah, and they better notice it. And if they don't, we're going to get it stricken. For those who aren't aware, the Amazon purchase is the fact that he bought a K-bar knife with the sheath and a knife sharpener, the same sheath that was found at the scene with Bryan's DNA on it underneath Madison Mogan. Single source DNA. 100% Bryan, because Bryan is 100% guilty.
So I'm not understanding what you mean by an in run on that rule in this context.
By saying that the argument about the Amazon purchase is that that was prior to November 13th,
Right.
2022, for the purpose of making a plan.
Yes, he planned it. That's why it's evidence. That's what the state is going to show, that he planned this crime for several months. This wasn't a spur of the moment kind of thing. Meaning it would be harder to explain how he just all of a sudden decided to do it. No, he planned it for several months. Yes, you get it, Miss Mossath. Thank you. I think we're on the same page now, right?
And that's the argument that the state will make about that.
Back it up. Look at the judge right here. What is his reaction to that? Oh, okay. I'm going to back it up 5 seconds here.
is that that was prior to November 13th, 2022, for the purpose of making a plan. And that's the argument that the state will make about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. I just think we're
So I think
completely missing each other's understanding of the rules of evidence.
Well, I still stand by my position that the state should not be able to end run that, and I'm hearing the state say that they have no intention of doing that.
What? What are you talking about? The state isn't going to do that. The state is introducing it as he planned the crime. It's not a prior bad act. That's why it's not. What's the word? Tag it as 404B prior bad acts. You're.
Well, I'll hear what they intend to do in terms, because I think that your reading of the rule puts requirements on them that doesn't exist under the rules of evidence, but I will listen to their response.
Do you want me to go to the 404B on the video or keep it separate?
On the video of the traffic stop.
Okay. First of all, there's a pleading that was submitted to the court yesterday, and I have 3 copies of the video marked as Defendant's Exhibit D1 that I'll provide to the court for your review at your convenience. One for the court, one for you, one for Ms. McLaughlin. It occurred to me that it would be much easier for you to determine what you thought about this video if you actually got to see it in full. We don't need to play it in court. You can review that at your convenience. It's not our position that the traffic stop equates to a crime that makes someone capable of murder.
Then what is your point?
It's our position that the traffic stop video brings in other acts that the state is trying to end run on. And I want...
Stop saying end run. What are you talking about? What are you talking about it? Why are you talking about it? Who are you talking Let's see here.
I want to give you examples. In this video, things that make it more prejudicial than probative are that it provides presence in Moscow. It is at night. It is a visual of the car that is not just the make and model. It is Mr. Kohberger's statement that he doesn't think seat belts provide much in the way of safety. Mr. Kohberger's question about why they need his phone number. Mr. Kohberger's question about how the officer reacts when people lie to him about wearing a seatbelt. If the court allows this evidence in, the state has the ability to use this to make many other points beyond identity. And the jury would have the ability to potentially seek to ask to rewatch the video and draw other conclusions that we are worried about, such as I mentioned, him being at night, not wanting to, it being at night, him not wanting to give his phone number, which could be construed as he wants to hide his identity.
Date of this traffic stop.
Pardon?
Yeah. Okay. So just to review what you're saying here, Ms. Mossath, you are concerned because the traffic stop, which occurs in Moscow, Idaho, not far from the crime scene at night in the car that is seen on the night of the crime, and Bryan is clearly the driver. And this isn't just described on a piece of paper where, we pulled Bryan, we pulled a white Elantra over with Mr. Kohberger in Moscow, Idaho. You're concerned the jury might see that as when they hear about all the other evidence of the car being in the area and him turning off his cell phone, the one that with the number that he identifies that started at the location of his home address that he gives on the tape. You're concerned that, the jury might see, oh yeah, he was around there a lot. I'll grant it to you, Ms. Mossath. It does seem very, let's see, I wouldn't call it overly prejudicial. I would just call it consistent with the evidence of Bryan being 100% guilty of this crime, because he definitely did it. But you don't want it in because why?
Remind me of the date of the traffic stop.
It is on August 21st. So it's
What year?
of 2022. So it's remote. It's
Before the murders.
yeah.
Yeah, three months before the murders, he's cruising around yeah, 3 months before the murders, he's cruising around that area in his car with his cell phone, identifying his address, all of which is connected on the night of the crime. Yes, it does look bad, but it's not prejudicial and it's not prior bad act. It's a seatbelt. You just said at the beginning of your argument, you're not making the argument that the seatbelt implies somebody could be a murderer. So what are you talking about?
Yes, before. It's clear video of the car as opposed to the videos that are used at 1122 King Road.
I just want to hear what you just said yourself, Ms. Mossath. It's clear video of the car versus the security cameras that are later showing that the car's in the area on the night of the crime. What is the problem with that? So just admit it. You don't want it in because it looks bad.
Why is that a problem?
Thank you, Judge.
Because I think that the state, again, can use this
Don't say
video
interim.
as an example of where you can see a white sedan clearer than you can see it on 1122 King Road in those videos.
And
Why is that a problem?
thank you, Judge.
Because there's an argument, the argument could be made that the cars look similar.
Yeah. Duh. So, okay, I'll let you handle this one, Judge.
Isn't that the whole point of it?
Thank you.
Exactly, and so it's different.
The point of it being, as I understand it, is to show that the defendant owned a white, well, I can't remember the name, the maker.
Hyundai
Elantra, and that he, as opposed to others, drove that vehicle.
Correct, Judge. And so when this video comes in, it's much more than a witness saying, you know, I looked at registration records and registration indicated that he owned a Hyundai Elantra. When you see it on a video, and then there's going to be other videos that are put into evidence, there's a different argument to be made as opposed to someone verbally reporting a make and model. The state
Sounds like that makes the evidence of, I guess I'm just not tracking again under 404 how that particular issue. Now there may be the ability to cross-examine the FBI specialists about, well, this video is grainy, how can you make this determination of what the automobile is, et cetera. To me is different than, okay, that's what their conclusion is, which you can attack.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence that he has a white Elantra within the years and that he drives it, it's prejudicial in the sense that it doesn't help your case, but I don't see how it's unfairly prejudicial, which is kind of what you were talking about, which is 403. I haven't heard anything that's 404, but...
Okay, well, they've noticed it as 404B evidence, so I'm arguing it in that context and what other things can be drawn from this video that make it overly prejudicial. The other thing is that the state's expert disclosure by Special Agent Nick Balance lists August 21st as one of the dates that they claim that Mr. Kohberger is near the 1122 King Road residence. And
yeah, again, it's bad. He's near the residence when on the date that he's pulled over in that car, driving by himself with his cell phone that is connected to the cell tower at that time, and which he visited the area 23 prior times in the summer and fall of 2022. which is not a thoroughfare. It's like a dead end area. So what was he doing there? But yeah, it looks bad because it is bad because he did it.
The date of this traffic stop is relevant to the state for that, their ability to argue that. That also makes it overly prejudicial.
How?
It makes it relevant. It doesn't make it necessarily overly prejudicial.
Judge, the combination of these things is that this video has the ability to be much more than what the state is claiming. The state is claiming that it proves who he is, what his phone number is, and the type of car that he was driving.
And his address.
Our position that when you watch the video, there are other arguments to be made that make it more prejudicial and therefore excluded when there are a myriad of other ways that the state can prove his identity,
You don't get
his
to, and
phone
I don't
number.
get to tell the state how to try their case unless they're violating the rules of evidence.
But no, Judge, there's other ways you could do it that isn't as clear. We don't like the straightforward connection.
Of course, I don't get to tell the state how to.
Well, it sounds like you're
try
trying to
their
do
case,
that.
But I do get to tell this court what our position is regarding that evidence, and when we think that evidence is overly prejudicial and can be construed to do things that the state is otherwise saying the evidence is meant to do. And that's the point of this argument. We ask that you
The judge looks impressed.
exclude this video, which I will ask that it be, that the marshal provide that to you, and that the state use a different method of proving identity.
Thank you.
Judge looks real interested.
I think after what we just heard, we can cut to the chase. The defendant doesn't seem to understand what the balancing test under Rule 403 is. There's no question that the video with the evidence, the defendant's admission of his identity, with his admission and the evidence showing it was his car, the description of the car, the registration of the car, his address, his telephone number, that's all incriminating evidence. That's why the state is offering it. The defendant doesn't like the fact that it's incriminating, but that's not a basis to exclude it. Under Rule 403, in order to exclude relevant evidence such as that, the defendant has to be able to demonstrate to the court's satisfaction that the relevant evidence, that its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing issues,
we get the point.
misleading the jury,
We all know what's going on here.
wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Just because it's prejudicial, and just because the defendant doesn't like the fact that we can prove who he is, that we can prove what car he's driving, that we can prove what his phone number is, that we can prove his address. I mean, those are all things that tie together to connect the defendant to the homicides. Just because they don't like that isn't a basis to object to it. And so, Your Honor, we would ask that
it's a basis to object to it in their mind. It's not a reason to exclude it for the court. I'm giving the state leeway here because I don't know how they're dealing with these stupid motions.
the court deny the defendant's objection to the admission of this evidence.
What about the concern within the video, as I understand it? Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Response?
Judge, there is a way to, clean this up with regard to this, and that would be to not allow the jury to see the video, to have the officer who made the stop, testify.
Ms. Mossath, you're not reading the room at all. The way to clean it up is to not have the jury see the video and have somebody else testify what they saw in the video.
About the stop, testify about the identification,
That's
make
what-
and model of the car,
You were
and
already
the phone
asking
number.
that.
the argument that the defense doesn't like troubling evidence could be said about every single thing that the state wants to proffer in this case.
Well, proffer, but also every single piece of evidence in this case the defense doesn't like, because it's extremely damning, because Bryan 100% did this. 100%, not 99, 100. He is guilty of this crime. He definitely did this. This is a highly circumstantial case. And so every little fact that is circumstantial because it's not on videotape, I guess. His DNA's there. He bought the same knife sheath that was left at the scene of the crime with the DNA on it before the crime. His cell phone turns off after he leaves his house, turns off during the exact window the crime occurs. His car, or a car that's exactly like his, is seen driving around circling the crime scene 5 times before the murder. It is captured on security cameras and recordings the night of the murder. He goes back to the crime scene a few hours later the next morning before the 911 call is called to report the crime. So yeah, circumstantial, but I mean, circumstantial as in most cases, it's all evidence that points at one person.
Circumstantial is going to be relied upon by the state. And so we have to look at a critical eye with everything that's coming in before this jury to see what the cumulative effect is going to be of that. And so it's not that we don't understand that his identity is going to be proven. As I argued, there are a myriad of ways for them to bring in his identity, but to add all the other components that you will see in the video do much more than just prove that he's Bryan Kohberger with a phone number in a Hyundai Elantra.
And address, his address, and at the location of the crime. That's coincidental.
All right, with regard to this motion,
overly prejudicial.
The 404 issue in general, the standard for the admission of evidence that falls under 404 is...
Yeah, 403 would be overly prejudicial. 404 is prior bad act, and what it has to have a rule to come in. They label it as 404 prior bad act because it's a speeding ticket. They're saying it's overly prejudicial, which they should be arguing under 403, I believe. Someone help me. I'm not a lawyer, but that's how I understand it.
Is that the...
Okay, and those motions were also denied. So now we will go on to the second portion of our call, get some Lorne calls. But before we do the Lorne call, I wanted to share this Onion video I found from 14 years ago, because looking at the conspiracy theories on the Bryan Kohberger trial reminded me of the golden age of the conspiracy theory with the 9/11 truth theories. And this was, nobody outdoes the Onion. Nobody outdoes the Onion.
A new book called The Truth About September 11th claims to present evidence that the destruction of the World Trade Center was not the work of terrorists, but was in fact perpetrated by the U.S. government. With us, the much maligned book's author, William Gerard.
Most of the mainstream media, they're just too afraid to even have me on.
Okay, so remember how all these truthers were always like, "Oh, you're so afraid of the truth." Yeah, we're gonna do a Lorne call right after this, Mr. Furley. Remember how full of these guys were? Like, oh, they're scared of the truth. And then look at his next guest.
So thank you.
Also joining us is Omar Al-Farouk of Al-Qaeda. He's an outspoken critic of what he calls Gerard's 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Yes, Michael, I assure you that is all this book is complete nonsense.
Mr. Gerard, how did you arrive at the conclusions in your book? Where are the facts?
Well, through
here?
scientific examination of ground zero. For example, the melted core. I mean, that was definitely evidence that there were thermite bombs that were used in bringing down those buildings.
I can assure you, we did not use thermite bombs. I did the research myself. It would not have worked. We flew an enormous airplane into a building. Okay, I think it is obvious what caused the building to crumble.
Why are you being so close-minded to this, sir?
How would you like it? If you spent, 2 months in a mountain caves sleeping on rocks, planning something really special, only to have someone take the credit away from you. Say, oh no, you don't deserve the credit for it.
Open up their minds and learn the truth.
Mr. Gerard, why in the world would the U.S. government want to stage this attack on their own soil?
Greed, of course. And to increase the oil revenues, the weapons industry, and security industry. And these are all things that Bush and puppet master Cheney, they've got their stakes in.
Bush's administration, they're a den of jackals. We certainly have common ground there. But what does not follow is why would they kill 3,000 of their own infidels?
Well, why would they kill 3,000 of their own infidels?
Of course, because think about it, it was all part of their plan to build a case for the war in Iraq.
If he was so smart to plan all of this, why is his approval rating, in El Haman, and why is Osama bin Laden safe in somewhere?
Yes, the Iraq war has...
Why is Osama bin Laden safe in somewhere? This is 2008 when this clip came out.
Done serious damage to the Bush administration.
Here, look. I have names, phone numbers, everyone involved in this.
Got to be kidding.
Okay?
Names and phone numbers.
I have here the voucher for the lessons, for the flight lessons.
This is obviously forged documents. I mean, come on, did President Bush give you these himself?
I work for Bush.
Most
Me and Bush, we go out, we hang. He goes, hey, bring on the forgery. This is rubbish. Talking to you, he's like talking to a girl.
This is the kind of thing our government does.
Talking to you is like talking to a ghost.
Talking to you is like talking to a ghost.
This is the kind of thing our government does.
Let Mr. Farouk of Al-Qaeda speak.
I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you go to the Washington Monument? Take the family. Let's say October 12th, 2009, around 3:04. Take a guided tour to the top and just wait there. I think you will see that Al-Qaeda is very good at organizing things.
Gentlemen, thank you. Coming up when we come back, the 2008 baby pandas are in. We'll have lots of footage of that.
The classic follow-up story. The baby pandas are in. All right, the first Lorne call we're going to do here is a short one, and then if we want to do another one after, we will. The first one is Debbie Dominatrix. So for those who don't know, this is prior to anything we've shown on the show. This has got to be 2017, 2018. Debbie, who is the sister of Winnie, Lorne's former fiance, who he also tried to hook up with Winnie's daughter, Rhoda, who is 18. And Winnie, how do you even explain this quickly? Winnie was actually pretending to be Casey before that, and then came clean as Winnie, but she was in a mental hospital. It's such a twisted story, but anyway, Debbie, who now Lorne is crushing on, is Winnie was the wife of Will as well, right? So Lorne is jealous of Will's closeness to Debbie.
Are you going to tell me what the fuck your problem is?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
You go to the game, you want to fucking sit on Will's lap, you go right ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Does it make any sense to you that somebody is going to sit on somebody's lap for 3 hours? Does that make any sense to you, Lorne? Any?
Don't give a fuck. I've never been to a fucking ball game. I don't know. I don't care.
You're absolutely fucking retarded. You're retarded,
Don't care.
Lorne. You don't care.
You want to go along with this fucking bullshit? Go right ahead.
Lorne, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? What in the actual fuck is wrong with you? What?
Oh, really?
Can you explain, please?
He's the one that fucking made a sex doll of you and just fucked it last night, and you accept the fucking offer to go to a ball game with him. Now he says all this other fucking shit. Did you listen to the fucking voicemail where he's telling me to leave you alone, that you're his?
No.
No, of course not.
No, of course not. I'm not
He's a
interested
fucking
in
weird freak,
voice.
and you want to go to a fucking ball game with him?
So are you, bitch. Fuck off,
good.
You fucking
Good on you.
bitch. Fucking bitch. Good on you. Fucking bitch. You're my bitch. Bitch.
I'm your bitch.
Oh, he's so pathetic. The fact that he views I'm your bitch as closeness to Debbie. The other thing, Sumi, you should know is he also read the chat log that he had with the TCAT decoy. He read that with Debbie and Emma, and he even admitted to being a pedophile, but the entire reason was to get in a relationship with Debbie that he confessed it to because it was closeness.
Yeah. You little bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least I smile when you say I'm your bitch.
Fuck off.
Well, why are you getting all pissed off at me? I'm not the one that's fucking leaving all these messages of buying sex dolls.
I'm mad at you because you can't even follow a little joke. Big fucking deal.
A little joke?
If
not a fucking joke. I'm not.
He's gonna sit on somebody's lap for 3 fucking hours, idiot.
He's the one that wants to keep pressing this shit, and you just keep letting him.
You let him, Lorne. You just
How do I let him?
For your fucking bullshit because you're a fucking little bitch. You can't follow anything. Anyone can say anything. Hey, Lorne, guess what? I know how to fly. I'm going to fly past your house and be like, oh, okay, let me step outside. You're fucking retarded. You're fucking retarded. This is why you follow everything that Winnie says.
He doesn't understand the word don't call.
You follow everything that Will says. Anything. Anyone can say anything to you.
I can't believe that you fucking accepted the ball game with that fucking freak.
Why?
That's what he just did.
He's my brother-in-law. I don't take him seriously. He's
as
retarded as you are, but not quite.
You don't take him seriously when he buys a fucking sex doll and names it after you. I think that would be something that you'd be taking seriously because you didn't like it at all yesterday. And I worked my fucking ass off to get him to get rid of the fucking thing.
You worked so hard, I know. What'd you do, make a
I did.
call?
I didn't know, 3 of them. Actually 4 of them. I had to talk to Emma, too.
Okay, so Emma got rid of him then.
Emma helped me get rid of him. Helped me to convince Winnie to get rid of the fucking thing. And Emma probably worked harder than I did.
I'm sure she did.
I didn't make them fucking dolls.
I didn't say that you did, Lorne.
Well, it was your brother-in-law that did it.
Yeah.
Fuck the doll that looks like you. That he named after you.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's a fucking freak, but you want to go to a goddamn ball game with him.
Who cares? He's fucking harmless.
I wouldn't be in the same fucking building as him.
I get to see. Well, good. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that, too. You're an idiot.
Why? Because I don't like him? I don't trust him?
No. Do I have to go and scream at you again?
Can if you want to.
No. I'm going to scare my dogs. I'm not like you. I don't just sit there and fucking scream normally. So how about
I am sorry that I got wound up.
Say, I apologize for being a little bitch. And maybe I won't delete and block you. Go ahead.
Don't be so demanding all the time.
Talk. Apologize.
I am sorry for being a little fucking bitch and getting pissed off at your fucked up brother-in-law.
I didn't tell you to
fucking
keep
around with my head.
I didn't tell you to keep going. I said apologize for being a little bitch.
Tough. I did what I did.
Such a pathetic
You're not going to do that to me every fucking time.
I'm not going to do that to you. What are you talking about?
You're not going to be demanding to me like that every fucking time.
I can do whatever the fuck I want.
And think that I'm not going to fucking say something too.
Whatever the fuck
that would be
I want. Like I said, you're a bitch.
This pathetic man already trying to lay out, no, you do that to me again, you're going to lose me. But he isn't even in relationship with her. He is so delusional
You're a fucking bitch, Lorne. Don't answer the fucking phone then, you little bitch. Come on, boy. What's the problem? You'll keep taking it, and you'll fucking like it.
Don't think I won't laugh about it, because I will.
Go ahead and laugh about it, because I am. I laugh at you every time you send your bitch little messages. You're like, well, it was 7 hours ago that you said something to me, and you waited 30 minutes to say goodnight. And then, so that was because you were out with somebody. And then because you...
I didn't say that.
That's what you were thinking.
No, it wasn't.
Of course it was.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
All I was thinking was, fuck, you can't even fucking leave me a message and let me know something.
No.
Of course not. Whatever.
I don't need to do shit. You're a little mosquito with a little mosquito dick. Aren't you fucking embarrassed?
Oh, Tiffany is at her greatest in these moments. She's a little mosquito with a little mosquito dick. I'm gonna back it up. And he loves this woman.
You're a little mosquito with a little mosquito dick. Aren't you fucking embarrassed?
Really?
Buzzing around in my ear, begging to
syllables.
suck something out of me. Isn't that fucking cunning?
Begging to suck something out of you.
Of course you would. If I said suck something out of me, you would do it.
I violate his probation.
How does it feel, Lorne?
I'm not Will.
You're almost 55 years old, and you're a bitch.
Really? I'm not even 50 yet.
You're a fat-ass bitch.
Yeah, but you like me.
Oh, my
God. No, you're a bitch. You're a little fucking worm.
Yeah, but you like me.
You're a nobody.
But you like me.
You're a fucking nobody, Lorne. I'm telling you.
But you like me. But you like me.
But you like me. No one's ever liked you a day in your fucking life.
I know. Except for you.
Except for a decoy. A decoy liked you. Someone had to be paid to like you. Oh, God. If I was you, I'd probably drive into a guardrail or something.
I know. I give you something to laugh about.
It would.
I know.
Yeah. I'd be like, finally.
Yeah, finally, that asshole's gone.
Yeah.
I don't have to ever have to talk to him again.
I don't have to talk to you anytime I don't want to. How about that?
Finally, that asshole's gone.
I'd slap your stupid fucking ugly face just to see if maybe it would be an improvement. Maybe I could shift it a little so your fucking eyes would be straight.
I know it.
I know it.
Such a sad
It's
man.
so cute when you get mad.
Shut the fuck up.
So what's this fucking bullshit with Will wanting to fucking cause all these problems?
Talk to him about it. What the fuck do I have to do about it? Nothing.
Well, it's all based around you.
So what?
It's all tell him stop being such a fucking freak.
Oh, okay, I'll tell him.
Because he's not
Imagine
man
how
enough
Winnie's
to
feeling right
approach
now.
another man as well.
Winnie's fine.
When he's fine, he's fucking crying on one of the messages.
Okay, so have you called her to see how she's doing?
No. That's why I want you to listen to the message.
I'm not listening to her messages. I don't care.
And Will fucking tries to blame me and said that I said that she shouldn't go, and I told her that she should go. It was Will that told her that she shouldn't go.
Yeah, so?
So what?
So what? You tell me.
Isn't that nice?
Who cares?
Well, obviously I do.
Yeah, because you listen to anything that anyone tells you and you take it as the truth.
He's in an awful fucking hurry to get there to be alone with you. I was telling you how much I didn't fucking like it.
So?
He was in an awful hurry to fucking sell Winnie's ticket when she said she wasn't going to go. And she said it 5 minutes ago, but the ticket had been on the fucking internet, she said, for 48 minutes. But it was only 5 minutes before when she told him that she didn't want to go.
Whatever, Lorne. Whatever.
Well, ask Winnie. I wouldn't know unless Winnie told me.
I'm not dragging a whole bunch of shit out. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't fucking care.
Well,
all right, I put a poll in the chat there. If
okay, good.
Want us to start?
I'm tired of fucking dealing with Will.
This was almost over.
Okay, good. Can I go now?
I don't want.
Debbie,
if you want to,
Lorne, no.
have fun at the fucking ball game.
Yeah, that's a great little short one. You see if there's any results in the poll that I just put up. Oh, we got 2 votes, 100% yes. All right, here we go. Same person on the phone, Debbie or Tiffany playing Debbie. I don't know if she's playing Tiffany or Casey at this point. I believe she's playing Debbie, Winnie's sister. And this is after he's broken up with Winnie for Debbie, and Debbie is not in a relationship with him. So get to see some nice jealousy. Again, this is from 2017, 2018, I believe.
Better?
No, I'm not feeling better.
Why?
Why? You fucking call me now when you're supposed to call me in the last 2 fucking days. You've been going on fucking dates. Then at 10:30 at night, you tell me you're not going to be able to call because you're still on your fucking date? Are you fucking serious? You really think you're going to treat me like that?
Treat you like what? I was being
These
nice.
calls are
I'm not going to
linked
be
in
fucking
the
treated like something that's just
description as well.
fucking trashed. These fucking pieces of shit you're going on dates with down
Trashed, like Mazda. Trashed.
there. Fuck that.
What do you mean? What do
I
you
deserve
even
a lot
talking
fucking
about?
better than that.
We're not dating, Lorne. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't give a fuck.
What do you mean?
We were fucking together before. When you took me away from fucking Winnie.
Oh my
Did everything you
God.
could to take me away from Winnie, and you fucking did it.
I knew you were doing
Now
that.
you don't want
I
me.
knew
You got your
it.
fucking dates down there. You're fucking bye.
Lorne, come on.
What?
Lorne, come on.
Well,
Let's both be
Come on,
adults
what?
here. Let's have you
Really?
be a normal person.
Really?
And actually be able to have a conversation instead of holding someone to some kind of a regard that they haven't even said that they wanted to be at. Come on, Lorne.
You fucking said it before.
Don't you
And then
think
all
that
of a
you're
sudden you
better
didn't
than
want
this?
me.
Don't you think that you're better
What?
than this?
Do I think I'm better than
he's
better for you?
definitively
Yeah.
not better than this.
Don't you think that you're better than this behavior right now?
Love this.
No, yeah.
You have to think that you're better
Fucking
than this.
telling you, I don't like being played with at all.
Who is playing
I don't like being
with
fucking
you?
played with at all.
Who's
For
playing
bullshit.
with you, Lorne? Who's playing with you?
You are.
When?
You
When
are.
did I play with you? The time when I
You've
said
been
we
fucking
weren't
playing.
together? When I said I wanted to be friends and I wanted to help you just like Emma does?
Yeah.
Was that playing with you?
Bullshit. Yeah, that was playing with me with fucking Winnie too, wasn't it?
What?
When
What
you
are
took
you
me away
talking
from
about?
fucking Winnie. Did everything you could to get me away from Winnie. Well, you
I
fucking
had
got me.
said,
He
you
ran
wanna
away
talk to
from
Winnie? Go and get
Winnie.
her.
And there's
Go
your
get
fucking
her.
buddy, fucking Angelo, the piece of shit of all pieces of shit, had
Get her.
there fucking hanging around you. Now you got these other cocksuckers and fucking dating down there. Don't even give me a fucking chance. Throw me to the fucking curb last night.
Don't need to
Good fucking
her,
job.
Lorne. I've told you, I don't even know how many times that I want to be friends with you, just like Emma is. Why can't I be like her?
Why? Because you're the one that fucking started it the other way.
Lorne, but I
fell for you. You didn't fucking fall for me. Well, fucking what? You're not going to play with me.
Well, here's the thing, Lorne.
I'm not obsessed with you like fucking Angela.
I told you that I wanted to be friends with you. I told you before that unfortunately I flirted with you and I shouldn't have done that. Because look what happened.
You flirted with me.
Look what happened.
Fucking full of shit. You did more than fucking flirt with me and you know it.
No, I didn't. I'm not even
not having any kind of fucking conversation with you about this because all you do is deny bullshit.
Deny what?
Bye.
What am I denying? Lorne, where are you going?
What?
Are you crying?
I'm fucking pissed.
Why?
You don't want to give me a fucking chance now that you already fucking stole me away from Winnie. You tell me you were just flirting. You're fucking full of shit and you know it.
But I told you that 5
You're fucking lying, so don't ever fucking say that you didn't lie.
And I apologized.
And you apologized for flirting with me.
And you
did more than fucking flirt with me and you know it.
What did I do besides that?
The whole fucking time you're in the hospital, it was all me.
How could he do more than flirting? How could she do more than flirting on the phone?
Lorne.
You know it, so don't fucking deny it.
I was
made that point, but
and I was on a
still
lot
stands.
of medication. So no,
oh
it
yeah,
wasn't
so
me.
take fucking drugs before you give me a chance?
Of course.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Of course.
No, you're not kidding me? Good. Then I'm not kidding about this. Bye.
Oh no, did you hang up on me again? I'm just gonna have to call you back.
What?
It's really rude that you hang up on me like that. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, well, it's really rude that you call me at 10:30 at night when you're still on your fucking date.
I didn't call you. I
that
texted
you fucking ditched me
saying
for.
that I was not going to be home on time, and I didn't want you
Yeah,
waiting up.
because you were still on your fucking date.
Lorne.
Fucked up date. You can't even call me and have fucking time with me on the fucking phone. But you can go on a fucking date every goddamn night of the fucking week.
I'm not on a date right now, and I'm calling you.
Oh, yeah. Gee, what a good time to call me when I'm all pissed off because of the bullshit you've already done.
Well, why don't you take the stick out of your ass and not be so angry?
Why would I not be angry?
Well, you shouldn't
after
be.
The way you made me fucking feel, and the way that you fucking wanted us to be together.
I didn't make
taking me away from Winnie.
Anything. I didn't make you feel anything, Lorne.
Oh, bullshit. You fucking felt shit for me, too. Otherwise, you never would have wanted to take me away from Winnie.
I didn't take you away from Winnie. You ditched her.
Yeah,
That's
you
your
did.
problem.
You did. You'll never leave her. You're devoted to her.
I don't sound like that, do I?
Don't think I remember a lot of the shit that was said, do you?
No.
Things that are important to me, I remember quite well.
But Lorne, as I said 1,000 times, and I really want to work this out.
I just want to be friends, and I want to date every guy down here.
Nope, I don't want to date every guy down here.
Oh, bullshit.
That's not true.
Bullshit. You don't give me a fucking chance at all, do you?
Lorne, you're up in Maine. You have a lot of shit going on, and
You're up in Maine. You're a registered sex offender. You're a world famous TCAP star. You have no job. You can't leave the state. And you're in your mid 50s. And you were engaged to her sister. And you tried to molest her niece.
trying to help you out like a friend should.
I'm up in Maine, and you can't fucking trot your ass up here. You can trot your ass all over the United States.
Yeah.
You can't trot your ass up here.
I can trot my
because
ass
I'm not worth it to you.
wherever I want.
Because I'm not fucking worth it to you.
People just have to do things for you that I have to prove myself to you somehow. That's fucked up, dude.
Well, I'll do that. You fucking took me away from somebody that I fucking gave a shit about.
I didn't take you away.
Then
Obviously,
I
you didn't
gave a shit about you.
Obviously, you didn't because you would have stayed with her. So why are you blaming that on me?
I wanted to give you a chance. I knew what Winnie was doing, and I knew she was having a hard time getting away from the drugs. Now I was tired of it.
Okay, but you're blaming me for taking her away from you, and that's not what I did.
All the women all turned to drugs. Wasn't it? Winnie did drugs. Rhoda did drugs. Wasn't Emma on drugs as well at one point?
But I was
in the fictional Casey was on drugs.
I'm gonna leave her.
Obviously, it was your choice.
I wasn't. It was my choice
Yeah.
to give you a chance or to stay with Winnie. I didn't do that. You did.
Well, it was obviously a mistake.
I don't know why.
I don't know
All
why.
the other times you're on fucking dates are not mistakes.
Dude, you're fucking so stupid. Does that make any sense? Please tell me.
Yep,
I want you to explain that to me.
that's me.
How does that make sense? How?
How does it make sense? I'm on a date, so I can spend time with you. My date's more important.
Well, no, you said that every time I'm on a date, that's not a mistake.
It was last night and the night before.
Oh, that was a mistake. Okay. Like I said, you have to be better than this, right?
You want to see if I'm better than this or not? Give me a fucking chance.
You don't listen to anything that I say, obviously. All you try to do is find these little signs that I give a shit.
Why, you don't give a shit about me?
Lorne, I care about you as a person and as a friend. That's all that I know you as. That's all you should know me as. Like, what the hell, man?
Give me a chance. Like
Give
you're
you
giving
a
all
chance
these other
for
fucking
what?
guys a chance.
Give you a chance for what?
To see what's between us, because there's obviously something between us. Because we get along fucking awesome.
Oh, it sounds
Some
like
fucked up
it.
reason I respond to you like I don't respond to anybody else.
Yeah, it really sounds like we get along really well.
No, well, we actually do.
Yeah, I know.
Except for right now when you go on fucking dates and leave me fucking hanging.
I can go on dates. I can do whatever I want, Lorne. We're not dating.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
understand?
Yeah, I understand, and you can be without me too.
Be without me. What? I'm without you now.
She's
There
gonna
is
lose
no
Lorne.
being with you. There's none of that.
You can be without me in your life.
But why? Why does that have to be that way?
Man,
Why can't?
can you imagine trying to get through life without this 55-year-old pedophile constantly harassing you? I can't imagine it.
Why can't I be?
Because
like
you're
Emma
giving all these other fucking guys a chance, and you're not giving me a chance.
Lorne, you're up in Maine. You have a bunch of shit going on. You have so much
So
stuff
what?
on your plate. You
I'm
need
not
to figure it out. You need to.
I'm not worth trying to fucking go through this shit with.
As a friend, of course, and that's what I've been
was a
trying to do, Lorne. That's what I've been trying to
It
do,
worked.
and you will not let me do that. Every single day, this shit comes up for you. Every single time, I have to prove that you're some fucking special person. That I have to prove somehow that you're more important than my own life and the things that I want to do so that you feel better about yourself, and that's fucked up.
No, your life is very important.
I
These
know
fucking
it is.
dates are not important to me. They fucking suck to me.
I don't. Okay, fine. Then they suck to you. Fine. But what
Because
does
they're
that
not
have to
fucking fair chance for me.
Lorne, there is no chance. You are up in Maine and you have probation. You have your sex offender class. You have a bunch of stuff that you have to figure out.
I have to
There
figure out
is no chance.
And I thought you were the one person that could fucking handle that shit.
This is why he confessed to being a pedophile to her.
I can still help you deal with it.
Still help me while you're off fucking some other fucking guy? You think I'm gonna fucking be around you for that shit?
Lorne,
are you fucking kidding me?
Friends typically don't care.
Let's pull up the motivations here again.
Yeah, well, obviously, you're more than a friend to me.
But I'm telling.
If she's having sex or going on dates with other males, the odds of physical contact with this female go down. And it's inferiority, number 3, so he's totally against it.
You that is
and I
not
didn't
more
fucking
than a
do that.
friendship. Yes,
Well,
you did. You're doing it. Because I'm telling you,
you're
it's
the
not
one that
like
fucking
that.
brought it on.
No, I didn't, Lorne.
Yeah, you did.
Your behavior is what a psychopath does. You're a
Really?
stalker. Yeah, you're the type of guy.
Really? Does a psychopath do this? Go ahead and fuck your guys. Bye.
Hang up again, you little bitch.
Yeah, a psychopath does act like that, Lorne. Just for the record. And when you say stuff like, I sing you songs, I write you poetry, what's fucked up about that? Everything.
What?
Okay, here's where you're going to be normal. And you're not going to hang up on me and play this little game.
I'm going to do what I want to do because you want to go off fucking other guys.
Go and do what you want to do, of course. I've never stopped you from doing anything. So what's really going on, and why are you taking that out on me?
What's really going on is it's all about you.
It shouldn't be.
I was fucking fine until I found out you're on a fucking date, and that's a reason that you didn't fucking call me last night.
You've known that I've been going out on dates. You said that you didn't want to hear about them.
I didn't think that you were going on that many dates, and I didn't think that I was going to get fucking put to the side because of some fucking cocksucker.
Well, he's not a cocksucker. That's number one. And then number two.
Oh, he's not. So how many fucking dates you been on with this guy?
It's none of your business. Obviously, you
Really?
can't handle any information.
Obviously, more than I want to hear, and
Obviously,
more than you want to tell me. So you're protecting him.
Are you gonna hang up?
You're protecting him, saying he's not a cocksucker.
How is that protecting anybody?
You're sure fucking defending him awful lot.
God. Oh, I'm defending.
He's not a cocksucker.
Oh my God, Lord.
He's not a cock.
Why is his impression of Debbie every time like Lawrence or Audrey Hepburn? He's not a cocksucker. Like, that's a Maine accent. Debbie doesn't have a Maine accent. What is he doing? Is this his mom's? I think he's impersonating his mom, probably.
Sucker.
That's really funny.
Or every girl that rejected him in high school.
What's so funny about it? Because you ever spend time in person with him?
Well, because
and you don't with
said
me?
That I'm defending him because I say he's not a cocksucker.
Yeah. How do you know he's not a cocksucker?
How is? Oh, God, Lorne. How does anyone
do you
know
know?
that you're not?
Well, you know for a fact that I'm not. I'm homophobic.
No.
Kind of tells you that I'm not.
You could be.
How about this guy? He's not a cocksucker? You don't fucking know, do you?
Who cares?
I care if I'm going on a fucking date with him. And that's not the kind of person that I wanted.
Oh my God.
All right, Lauren. Well, that's your standard in men that you go on dates with. I wish Tiffany had called him on that. Be like, you can go on the dates with whatever kind of men you want to, Lauren, and see his reaction.
You're so silly.
What's so silly about it? Did I have feelings for you?
Because you're
And
saying
I'm pissed
funny
because you
stuff.
fucking dumped me because you're on a fucking date with this fucking
didn't
cocksucker?
dump you. How was I able to dump you? If somebody's not with you, they can't dump you, right?
You fucking ditched me because you're on a date with this cocksucker.
I didn't ditch anybody.
2 nights in a row, you
Actually,
fucking ditched me.
I was being quite nice by telling you that I wasn't going to be home. I didn't give you any details at all because you have said that you didn't want them. So I didn't give them. I wasn't going to be home.
When he gave them to me.
I didn't want you to be sitting there like some loser waiting for me to call. So I decided to text you and said I wasn't going to be around in time.
Yeah, because you were out on a fucking date with a cocksucker.
And I was, oh yeah, exactly. I was out on a date with a cocksucker.
With a duke.
With a duke?
That's what Winnie said. With a duke. Not a prince, but a duke.
Okay.
In your pizza bikini, making a cock and balls out of fucking meatballs and spaghetti.
Was she watching me again? Oh my God.
Did you show your cocksucker date what you were making with him? Or did he start going when you made the dick out of spaghetti?
No, he laughed at it.
He laughed at it. He said, yeah, I stuck something that looked like that last night is what he was thinking. Did you make it curved?
Lauren is so obsessed with penis, which is interesting for a self-described homophobe. He is obsessed with cock. I mean, even the jealousy somehow gears right towards dicks all the time. Did you see his dick? Oh, that's not what his dick looked like. It doesn't make. It's just another Lorneism.
No.
Oh, you made it straight?
Yeah, I mean it's straight.
Why was his?
Because yours is crooked, Lorne.
Straight?
It's none of your business. What the fuck?
Oh, so you know already.
Oh, Lorne, he tripped her up. So she knows it straight. Oh, she's seen it. Well, if they're already, she's already looking at cock pictures, well, then she's definitely cheating on Lorne.
What the fuck, Lorne?
So you know?
The fuck? You fucking pervert. I'm not telling you
You know hit the straight? How many dates been on with him?
It's none of your business.
Oh, good.
You are neither my boyfriend nor my father. So you can go fuck off.
Well.
Yeah, well.
Whatever.
Hang up on me?
I don't fucking care.
Those things are the same to Lorne. By the way, you could be the boyfriend and the father. Just ask, what's I can't think of it. Lone Hurt. Why can't I think of the band's name right now? Oh, man.
Hang up? You gonna hang up?
I don't fucking care. You're the one that fucking...
That's what I wanted you to say. I don't care. I wanted you to say, I don't care, so we can move on and actually have an adult conversation.
Yeah. Well, I do fucking care.
That is the problem.
I'm pissed because you don't want to give me a fucking chance because I'm up in Maine. You don't want to trust your little fucking ass up here to see me.
You're on probation.
You don't. I'm a so what? I'm on the fucking registry.
Yeah, it's all he does because it's all he can do. But there are, I would say conservatively, there are more than 1,000 hours of phone calls of Lorne. Cumulatively. Yeah, Lone Star is who I meant. But singing the song about father loving his daughter and giving away on a wedding day to the 13-year-old decoy.
You're an alcoholic. You're an abusive motherfucker. You don't know how to treat people.
Unbelievable.
I've spent my time trying to help you, trying to explain shit to you. And this is what you do. Unfucking believable. You took me away from Winnie.
Unfucking believable.
Unfucking believable. What are you doing? Looking in the mirror again? Can't believe it.
Can't believe what? That I'm good looking? Oh, you don't think I'm good looking?
God.
No.
Lorne.
Guess your ass down there going out with cocksuckers.
Right.
Making talks on your plate.
Yeah.
Seeing what they think of them.
Yeah, I know. You know everything.
You just fucking told me that.
You told me that.
Yeah, Lorne.
That's what Winnie told me.
Pay attention.
Oh, okay.
Then you say, "Oh, she was watching. She was watching me again."
What else does Winnie tell you?
Then you fucking told me that your fucking date thought it was too ugly. It's like what the fuck?
I know.
Me personally, my opinion of it would be I'd rather not fucking see it.
Right.
Whatever.
Right, 'cause he's not gay.
Whatever.
Okay, Lauren, now that we got that out of the way, are you going to tell me what's really bothering you?
Yeah. I already fucking told you.
Well, what is it really? Because it can't be that I took you away from
All right, Debbie.
It can't be.
I love you. That's what the fucking problem is. I love you, and I want to fucking
Rachel
dance.
D.
And you're not giving it to me because you're out dating fucking guys down there. And you won't come up to see me, but you'll fly clear across the fucking country to support your friend in a fucking band or whatever. You'll fly all over fucking hell, but you won't come up and see me. You won't even send me a fucking picture.
Yeah, I know, because look at what you do. Look at what you do.
Do you really think I'm going to fucking come try to find you?
I know you can't because that would be illegal.
I wouldn't anyway.
But look at what you do. You're completely insane.
I'm completely insane?
Yes.
I write you fucking poems. I sing to you.
Yeah,
I give you attention that you fucking deserve.
That's all.
And I'm completely insane because of that.
Yeah, because look at what you're doing now. Look at what you're doing now.
Because you're fucking not giving me a fucking chance that I deserve.
You don't deserve anything, by the way. And you can't force someone to give you a chance. Why do you deserve a chance? Why?
Because I deserve for you to get to know the real me.
I'm getting to know the real you now. What the hell?
Lauren, everyone knows the real you. And if they didn't, they could just go online. The closer somebody gets to knowing you, the worse it is for you. There's nothing that is later revealed to be like, oh, this guy's actually a diamond in the rough. What they find about your felony charges later. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, Debbie does, but getting to know you better, Lorne, is not a recipe for success.
I have spent my time explaining things to you, working things out with you, and it all goes right into the toilet. You don't hear anything that I have to say because it comes right back down to this. You knew that I wanted to be friends with you. You knew that we did not have a relationship. I had apologized to you up and down about flirting with you at the beginning. I shouldn't have done it because you took it way over the line. I did not know that was going to happen. If I could go back, it never would have happened because I want to be friends with you. I don't want to mess with your head. I don't want to troll you in some way.
Well, it's too late,
I just want to be a
Debbie.
good person who's trying to
Using
help
his
you.
Audrey
That's
Hepburn
it.
accent.
Every single time, it's like we go through this cycle. Everything is fine. You understand. And then all of a sudden, something sets you off and you start screaming again. And you start rehashing everything from all the way back at the beginning. If you care so much about Winnie, go and get her. Tell her how you feel. Tell her that you love her. She loves you too.
Ain't that funny how you fucking say this now after I get feelings for you, but you fucking didn't say it then.
So cunning.
Say what? That I wanted to be friends with you? I told you.
Heartland.
What?
Lorne, I don't want you to be sad.
Debbie, you've done enough fucking damage. Go on your fucking dates and fuck whatever fucking cocksucker you want down there, all
What are
right?
you talking about? Don't hang up on me. That is so rude.
What?
You're going to start to hurt my feelings if you keep hanging up on me like that.
You already hurt mine. You don't give a fuck about me.
Of course
I don't know what
do.
the fuck you
Otherwise,
even had anything to do with me for.
I wouldn't be talking to you right now if I didn't care. Of course I do.
Yeah, well, you fucking cared in the beginning too, remember?
Lorne, I really don't want to have to repeat myself 500 times.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to repeat yourself either, so I'm just fucking ending it.
Why? Why can't we be friends?
Please tell me that's
Why?
you
Because
killing yourself, Lorne.
you fucking done enough fucking damage.
But I'm not trying to do damage. That's the thing. You're taking it to that
Well,
level.
you've done it.
Why?
You've done it. Why don't you see that you fucking done damage? Go fuck your fucking cocksuckers down there. Leave me the fuck alone.
Go fuck your cocksuckers, you little bitch.
What?
Lorne, come on, man.
Debbie,
Let's
I don't
have a
think one bit of anything that you fucking done to me is fucking funny at all.
I'm not laughing.
Oh, baby boy.
I haven't ever laughed at any moment of me.
Baby boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What am I going to laugh about? We talked about some really serious stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm quite sure you were laughing last night on your fucking date while you were texting me. I'm not going to be home on time.
Why would you think I'd be laughing?
Talk to
at that
Emma or
moment?
Winnie.
Why would I be laughing at that moment?
God fucking knows, but you're sure happy being on your fucking date. So good for you and your fucking date.
Lorne, but why would I be laughing? I was being nice, and I was telling you that I wasn't going to be able to call you. It was going to be too late.
Debbie, you don't want to give me a fucking chance. There's no need for me to keep you fucking hanging on, because all you've done is damage.
I thought that you were getting to be a better person. Is that not true?
Well, I was a good person to begin with. I just had some issues.
Why can't you?
I am a
Some issues. The felony theft, the fleeing from Maine after the felony theft, the minor interaction you had in Maine before you went to Nashville, and then once you got to Nashville, getting caught within a month on a TCAP sting and arrested on national television on your 37th birthday. Some issues. And then spending 5+ years in prison, being a lifetime registered sex offender, and on lifetime probation. Some issues.
I am a better person, but you don't want to fucking see any kind of person that I am. All you want to do is date them motherfuckers down there and not give me a chance.
No, that's not all I want to do.
What
I want to go to the beach.
what reason do I have to fucking hang on?
want to
It's
do.
not the only thing that I do.
Yeah, well, you certainly won't come up here to fucking see me, would you?
Well, Lauren, think about what would happen if I did.
What would happen?
You would go crazy.
What do you mean I would go crazy?
You would go crazy, Lorne. You would be so in love. You would.
Oh my God!
You
don't really think you're the first beautiful woman that I've fucking dated, do you?
Oh.
Yes.
Well, number one, we're not dating.
Didn't he say something like that in the evaluation paper or something? Or didn't he say that to Casey? that exact phrase came up in, I feel like it's near the psych eval. Like you don't really think it's the first beautiful woman I've dated, right? Wasn't that, it was somewhere in the Blue Boy calls, I thought.
But I mean, truthfully, you have never had a girlfriend. So let's
Or maybe I'm
stop
just
kidding
remembering
ourselves
this
right
one as a
there.
different call.
Right, I've had a lot of one-night stands.
Yeah,
you
you're a
don't think
one-night
that
stander.
you're the first beautiful woman that's ever been in my life, do you?
Well, yeah. I mean, a one-night stand is someone who couldn't find anyone else.
Yeah, well,
And
one-night
you were
stands, I
standing
wanted
there
more
one
than one-night stands, but that wasn't their problem. That was my problem. I didn't want any more than one-night stands back then.
He's such a
That
little
was my
girl.
problem.
Okay.
It wasn't them because they wanted more than a one-night stand.
I bet.
Oh, they were
knocking at
desperate
your
for
door.
Lorne.
Did they act like you are right now?
Desperate.
Sorry, I had
Did
to roll
you
down
hear?
the window. Had to get a Hornet out of my fucking truck.
Oh my God.
He's
Anyway.
outside now.
Okay, good.
Anyway.
I think really, if I came up there to see you, it would just escalate things. And that's not what I'm
Dude,
trying
that's
to
what?
do.
You'd actually be able to fucking get to see me in person and start getting to know me in person?
You can't even, right now, with us not being in person, you can't even be friends.
Because I know you're not giving me the fucking chance that I deserve.
Why do you think you deserve something?
Because I do deserve a chance.
Why?
Why? Because you're the one that fucking took me away from winning.
I didn't take you away. You left.
Yeah, you did.
How? Did I drag you away? Did I change her number so that you couldn't get in contact? Did I tell her lies about you? Nothing.
You'll never leave her. You're too devoted to her.
Okay, so how is that making
That Audrey Hepburn
you wanted
voice
to
again.
Skipping around the hospital when you finally do get me away from her.
Okay, but why do you think I'd be doing that? Do you know that that had something to do with you? Or do you think maybe I was doing that for some other reason?
Winnie knew something that it had to do with that. She wasn't stupid.
You know, you pick and choose what you want to be the truth.
Winnie has already said it.
Who knows? Winnie's fucked up and she says crazy things. And then, oh, that sounds good to me, so I'm going to believe that to be the truth.
She's not stupid.
I never said that she was stupid. Never did. If you love her, then go back to her.
Yeah, well, I love you too. So now she's married and she has will. Something I never knew before.
Yeah, but...
So the kind of woman that I'm looking for is you. Someone that's honest and that I can trust.
Well, I am being honest with you and you don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it because you're the one that fucking took me away from Winnie and never gave me an honest chance.
I didn't take you away from Winnie. Why me? Why not go after Emma? She's known you for a really long time. She knows you better than anyone.
She's not the same type of person that I'm looking for.
Why?
Because she's not the type of person I'm interested in.
Why?
Because she's not the same type of person that I am.
Oh,
Just
you're
repeating
saying
the
that
same
I'm
thing
like you?
over and
You're
over.
honest, even though I know I've been dishonest, I used to be just as honest as you. I just needed to get it back. I needed to get away from certain people. I needed to get away from certain people and away from certain things.
Right.
And I'm getting my old self back, and I like it.
Fantastic. I'm glad that you're happy. But Emma's an honest person too.
Emma's not completely honest.
Well, neither are you. So you know what? You can't throw stones at her and make it like, oh yeah, I can't be with Emma. She's not the type of person that I am. Walk around with your nose up in the air.
Really? What are you doing?
What? What am I doing?
What are you doing?
What?
Yeah. Walking around
What?
with your nose up in the fucking air like I'm not good enough for you.
Well, you're not. We both know that.
Oh, we do. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Really?
Roar. Yes.
Well, I say different.
Okay.
You don't want to find out, that's going to be your problem. Bye.
Your loss.
No, don't hang up, Lorne, please. Come back.
What?
What?
What? See, you can't tell me you're not fucking attracted to me because it's even in your voice that you're attracted to me.
It is. How? What do I
can
sound
tell
like?
it's in your voice. I'm not the only one that can tell it that it's in your voice.
What do
Oh my God, Lorne. Now you're basing attraction on the way your voice sounds.
I sound like?
Why? Job.
Okay.
Didn't think I realized it before, did you? I heard you do.
She's making fun of you.
What? Because I say job? Yeah, I'm mocking you.
Yeah, you're mocking me.
Yeah.
All these little things that I do that you really think are cute, but you tell me just the opposite.
It's funny. You say funny shit and you say it in a funny way.
I know. But all these little things that you say that are bad things about me, and they're just the opposite.
Pedo and RSO stuff is bad.
Okay, well, go ahead and think that.
It's not cute.
Like I'm a bad singer. You said that before when I was with Winnie.
Well, yeah, you are a bad singer, Lorne. You don't do anything to improve yourself. Have you quit smoking? No.
That's why you enjoy my singing, right?
It's funny. First of all, Lorne, you call up, and one of the first things you say is, I don't know all the words, but I'm going to sing it anyway. And then you
because they're fucking 1980s songs that I can't remember all the words to.
You scream the songs at the top of your lungs. Half the time
I do. I put everything into it.
It's funny.
Oh, so you like my singing on that. All right.
Well, no, you're not my type of singer.
All right. Seems like I'm not your type of everything.
Yeah, you're my type of friend.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Why whatever? Why don't you want to accept that? You accept it from everyone else.
Because you always tell me one thing and it's always another fucking thing.
What do you mean? Like what?
Like everything, Debbie. I'm not doing this.
What?
I'm not fucking playing a game. I'm not playing a game.
Lorne, I'm not playing a game. I'm probably the only honest person in your life.
Yeah, well, you haven't been completely honest either.
Yes,
Go fuck
I have.
your guys. Go fuck your guys.
Okay, how many can I have at one time? Oh, damn it. Now I'm never going to know.
What?
Okay, well, the what is starting to be not as rude.
What do you want?
I want to be
You don't
friends
want
with
me. You don't want me. You don't want to give me a fucking chance like I deserve. It's fucking tired of stupid bullshit. So
but I'm not
tired
feeding you. I'm not feeding you bullshit.
Yeah, well, you don't feed me bullshit. You certainly did before, and you know it. I'm fucking tired of shit like that.
Oh my God, Lorne. Oh, when are we gonna get past this? That's what I want to know.
When I get a fair chance.
Well, when you get off probation and you get through your class,
and
you have plastic surgery, then maybe we can talk.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't need it. I know for a goddamn fact I don't need plastic surgery.
Well, you can't afford it, but you definitely.
Oh my God, Lorne.
Like your ears are mismatched, your teeth are backwards, weirdly spaced out. Your nose is bulbous and humongous. The back of your head is flat. You have a very odd profile.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. It's okay,
No, I
though.
don't.
It's okay. There's going to be someone who's not going to care.
Debbie?
What?
I'm not going to listen to your bullshit.
Yes, you are.
What?
Hello.
What?
What?
What do you want?
I don't want you to be mad at me. It makes me sad.
Well, maybe you should have thought about that a long time ago.
I probably should.
You blew it, Debbie.
No, because it wasn't important then. You were just interested in me a long time ago.
No, I wasn't.
No, you weren't. Of course you weren't.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Of course you weren't.
Right.
Yeah, of course you weren't.
Yeah.
Of course you weren't.
Right.
Yeah, you didn't come. You didn't.
The delusion of this man that he literally cannot believe that a woman is not attracted to him. How do you get this confidence in life? This total detachment from reality.
You come 3 times in the fucking hospital.
Okay.
Making me stay on the phone and have phone sex with you.
Right, I didn't.
On the patio.
Right, I didn't. Right, I didn't.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
I didn't.
right. Yeah, you're full of shit
fucking
too.
Freak.
What do you want?
What's the matter, Lorne? Can't take it?
Can't take what?
Huh? You
tired of listening to your fucking bullshit.
I'm tired of listening to your bullshit. I actually want you to act like a human for once. Do you want to try?
Yeah, well, I want you to act like a human for once too, and you don't.
I have been.
No, you haven't.
Who holds on to something when someone's in the hospital and they think something happened when they're heavily medicated, practically in a coma, and you take that and you're like, oh, she loves me, and I'm going to sit here on the phone. Well, maybe she's
didn't want anybody
else
else
or whatever. I'm going to sit there and jerk off to it like a fucking disgusting freak.
You didn't want anybody else.
I didn't want anybody else.
You didn't want anybody else around.
I don't know what you're talking about because
it's don't.
Almost as if I wasn't even there, idiot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Well, you obviously don't.
I didn't know anything with your fucking
people,
pathetic friend either, did I?
You don't want people to take things.
Well, we don't know his exact IQ score. We do know he is an 87 because he was 87th out of 87 in his graduating class.
You're drunk. Seriously. But I can't be in the hospital for weeks and be really sick and on a lot of medication. You're going to take.
But if you talk to him in many calls, you know, if you try and call him stupid, he's going to say, I'm not even close to stupid. Furthest thing from it.
That and you're going to hold it as the truth.
Hold it as the truth because you're the one that made me and you be together.
Because that's all you have.
Before you ended up in the hospital.
Because your mind is fucking
Hospital.
twisted and mush.
Before you ended up in the hospital. You're the one that put me and you together.
No, I didn't. You act like
you
just
did.
Sat back. And
you fucking did.
You up,
Stop your fucking lying, Debbie.
Me, and then Winnie, I pushed her aside. You act like that actually happened.
You're
the one.
You're fucking lying again.
You're the one who did it. Again.
This is what I'm saying.
Lorne,
I'm tired of your fucking lies.
Again. You gonna hang up? You gonna hang
tired
up?
of your fucking lies.
You gonna hang up? Liar, liar, liar. Anyway.
So how did there wind up being so many things wrong with the way I look?
What do you mean? How did it happen?
When you are the only woman that I've ever had point out anything wrong with my look.
Yeah, right, Lorne.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You cannot. Okay. I think that Winnie may have made a list once.
Oh, Winnie makes a list of everything with everybody. No, I don't want you to call her.
Why?
No, I don't. Because last I knew she was on the phone with your mother.
Okay.
And I don't want to. If I'm going to talk to you, I'm going to talk to you right now. I don't want a three-way conversation.
Well, if you're going to talk to me, then talk to me and don't hang up like a little fucking bitch.
Well, start trying to give me an honest chance.
At what?
Getting to know me and giving me a chance to fucking.
I am getting to know you. And I don't want to date you. What the fuck, Lorne?
All right. Well, I don't see that we need to fucking go any further then.
See, this is where Lorne gets confused, right? Because he's never actually asked out any woman on a date or anything. He's never been in a relationship. So the way his mind thinks it works is he decides the relationship starts and they're in a relationship at that point. He has no concept of it being two willing parties having to agree.
Why?
What?
Why would you think that we're together?
We were together before, and I never got a fair chance with you. And I'm pissed off about it. You don't want to give me a fair chance. You just want
When, Lorne? When were you together with Debbie?
So go ahead and do it. I'm out of the way. You don't have anything to worry about with me.
Well, you're not in the way. I'm friends with you. Yeah.
I know I'm not in the way.
Right. So
you don't want me in the way. Every fucking time you turn around, you say
no. You're not in the way because she doesn't care, Lorne.
You're not giving me a chance, so I don't see any reason for us going any further.
I wouldn't have to say any of that if you didn't have to go back there every time.
Well, you tell me you're not going to give me a chance. I don't see any reason for us to go any further.
But you don't expect that type of stuff from Winnie now. I think she's your friend, isn't she?
Yep.
Okay, and Emma's your friend?
Yep.
Okay. So why can't I be your friend?
Emma was married when me and Emma met.
Okay, fine.
And I don't date married women. I didn't know Winnie wasn't married. Are you telling
me that you didn't
if I knew that Winnie was married, I never would have dated Winnie.
Okay, but you did.
But I did.
Right.
And then you happened, and you got me away from Winnie.
I didn't get you away from anyone. Why is it that you're the only person who has no free will? Why?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I think
why would you fucking deny that shit?
I don't think that you really wanted to be with Winnie anymore. I think you were sick of her. I think she was driving you insane.
She was insane.
Right.
I was sick of her bullshit.
Yes, exactly. And that's why you wanted to go.
But you're the one that got me away from her.
I didn't get you away from anything, Lorne.
Still fucking deny it.
Got her.
Fucking believe.
You got him out of patterns, Debbie.
It really is unfucking believable, isn't it?
It is.
I wish you could hear yourself.
I wish you could hear yourself.
I can.
Yeah, you can, and you don't seem to fucking understand how much you're fucking lying about shit.
But when am I lying? I'm being truthful with you.
No, you're not being truthful.
I have, and you're denying it. When I say that there was flirting at the beginning that got out of hand, I've never, ever
Got out of hand,
happened
my
before.
ass.
I've never.
Hello,
I'm telling
Octopussy.
you, why
Did it on
are you
purpose.
telling me that what I'm
did it
saying
on-
isn't true? You're
You
picking
did the
and
whole fucking
choosing
shit on
what you
purpose.
want to be true.
You knew what you
You're
were
picking
doing.
and choosing.
Like last night? You knew what you were
What
doing.
about
You
last
knew what
night?
fucking time it was. You knew you said you were going to call me last night. You were on your fucking date.
Laura,
The date
I
wound
was
up being
out.
more important than me. Just like the night before.
My life is more important than you, Lorne. I can do whatever I want with it.
Yeah,
You
can.
are not more important
Go-
than the things that I want
Go
to do.
get your dates. Go get your dates and have your fuck time with them. You don't want to give me a chance and no need for us to go any further.
Dude, you're so fucking stupid. You are one massive pile. Oh, God.
What?
It's not fuck time yet, so I want to talk to you.
So, like, why you don't have your date and hadn't showed up yet?
No, I'm not going out tonight.
No, just last night. So you had your fuck time last night.
I went out last night.
So you had your fuck time last night.
It's none of your business what I did.
Yeah, well, give him a fucking call. Go fuck him again for all I care.
No, you do care. You're probably going to cry about it. So instead of that, why don't we just stay on the phone and we can work this out?
What's it to work out, Debbie? You don't want to give me a fucking chance. I ain't gonna fucking cry and fucking whimper.
Yeah,
over
you will.
I don't want you to.
After the fucking damage you fucking done.
I don't want you to cry.
Go get your fucking date.
I want you to be a man and hang up the phone like a baby.
What?
Why do you keep answering if you don't want to talk to me?
Why do you keep calling if you want to go fuck somebody else?
I told you that I'm not going out.
Yeah, he confuses it all the time. I'm sure
I
he
went out
does
last
think
night,
she's
yeah.
real.
What's the big deal?
Whatever, you want to give every guy.
Even
down
though
there
she
a fucking
voiced like
chance,
3
don't
different
I don't
characters
give
without
others
changing her
that
voice at all.
Well, you don't give me a chance either, so that's my problem.
That is your problem because you sound crazy.
I'm not crazy at all.
No, you really are though. Because I'm
No, I'm
explaining
not.
stuff to you and I'm actually trying to be a nice person to you and you can't have that.
And I'm explaining stuff to you too.
You just want someone to be on the phone and be like, I love you, Lorne. You could be like, I love you, baby. And all of that stuff. That's exactly what you want. You just want to be on the phone with someone all the time. That's why you loved talking to Winnie all the time.
I want you in person, but you don't want to fucking be in person.
No,
Right,
she
I
doesn't.
don't.
Hide yourself.
No, I don't want
You
to
wanna-
hide
yeah,
myself.
you
I
do.
don't have to. But the
You
point
don't even send me
is,
you don't even send me a fucking picture of you. So
The
don't tell me you don't
point
want to fucking hide
but
yourself.
look what you've done without seeing a picture. Look what you've done without meeting
And you know,
face to
you know
face.
goddamn well I'm not gonna fucking hunt you down and try to find you.
No, I know that you're not going to. You don't have the resources to do that. You can't travel.
I
And I
love
wouldn't do
Debbie's
it
insults.
anyway.
I love
I'm
Tiffany's
not
insults on this
afraid.
call.
I don't
I wouldn't
fear.
do it anyway. That's the fucking
I'm doing
point.
it so that this doesn't
Yeah.
go further to where
Yep.
you are going to be like, oh, you showed me a
It's
picture.
really like
so
me if you're
therefore you
afraid to
must like
meet me.
You must think I'm special. I don't want to go
I'm
there.
doing this so it doesn't go further either, because you've done enough fucking damage. You don't want me. You want every fucking guy down there. You can go on a fucking date with,
Again,
whatever.
I don't. I mean, seriously, why do we have to keep going through this? Why?
Because you don't want to give me a fucking chance. I'm not hanging around.
You actually don't want to be my friend?
No,
Is
you're
that what
the one
saying?
that did all the fucking damage.
You don't want me to help you the way that I've helped you all of this time?
You're the one that did all the fucking damage, Debbie.
But why? Why?
It doesn't Lorne always say that men can't be friends with women because they only want sex from them unless they're in love. But he was in love with Winnie at the time. So why couldn't he have been friends with Debbie? It just shows another. I mean, not that anyone believed him anyway, but he just blew up his own argument there.
Why can't we
Don't
be
keep
friends?
fucking denying bullshit.
Why can't we be friends, Lorne? Why?
Why would I want to be? When you tell me that you don't fucking that you get me away from fucking Winnie, then all of a sudden you tell me you don't want anything to do with me. Fuck you. I'm worth a lot fucking more than that.
Then prove it.
Prove it to you. Why? You don't fucking want me anyway. Remember?
Right, I don't. But that doesn't mean
All right,
there's not
goodbye.
some drunk hillbilly loser that has no teeth that want you.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Tiffany.
Why are you
Stop.
being a douche?
Because you're being a bitch to me.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm being nice to you.
No, you're not.
Have you ever had anyone who actually fought to be your friend? Who argued with you to be your friend? Anyone?
I deserve a fucking chance, and I'm pissed off at you about saying, you wouldn't give me a chance.
To be pissed off at me. That's fine.
Doesn't mean I have to have you in my life either, because that makes it worse. Because then I
Why
have to
does it
fucking
make it
talk to you
worse?
and know.
Because I would feel
Because
more
it's-
comfortable talking to you if I didn't have to feel like I had to walk on eggshells and be careful what I say, because you're going to pick out every little thing, be like, oh, you're going on a date, aren't you? And then you get all mad, then I get nasty text messages and voicemails. I don't need to go through any of that.
Yeah, well, you think I need to fucking know that you're going on a date and fucking meet somebody and you go fucking them? Well, here I am fucking still loving you. I don't fucking need that shit. And you don't want to give me a chance? And I know goddamn well I'm not fucking ugly. I don't give a fuck what you say about that.
Okay,
You're fucking
fine.
blind to that. That's your own fucking problem.
Okay, fine.
It's not mine, but I'm not gonna. I don't have to fucking.
This
stand
man is
around
not ugly, folks.
Stick around for somebody that
Just
thinks
look at
I
his
am
beauty.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot
It's
of
well
people that
documented
think
over
you're ugly, and you have to stand around them.
almost 2 decades
So
now.
you can be on the phone with
Yeah.
me.
I
Annually.
fucking pick other shit on from people too. Other people too.
Like what?
I haven't met any one fucking person in the world that's been perfect.
No, there's nobody.
Yeah,
that's
that
perfect.
that includes you. That includes you.
Yeah, so.
The only one I've ever met
Let it go
close
to
to
the
has been
burn
Mom.
victim at the end.
Mom. I knew that was coming.
You're fucking right. I love my mother. She's
I know
awesome.
you do. You spend so much time with her. I know.
She doesn't fucking judge people off of looks.
You spend so much
actually-
time with her,
she
Lauren.
actually
It's
gets-
really nice
she actually
how you
gets
go
to-
over her house every day, make sure she's good.
I spend a lot of time with my mom.
Yeah, you never spend time over here. That's what she said.
Well, no, because I see her all the time.
She wouldn't have said that.
I don't need to be over her else to see her.
Well, where are you going to see her?
I see her in other places.
Like what? The fair?
That's not the fucking point.
Okay. Anyway. I thought you were going to
God.
stop smoking.
I am. It's not so easy to stop smoking.
I thought you were going to do that for Winnie so that you could give her a kidney. Now she has to keep moving that magnet. Have you told her?
I am trying to stop. It's not easy to stop.
But you're not stopping. So have you told her not to be counting
I'm not stopping,
on
but
the
I've
other date?
cut back. I've cut back.
Right.
I'm gonna tell her that we're gonna move the date back. She knows. She understands already that it's hard to quit.
Yeah.
Oh, she knows that she's going to have to move the date again. Because
100%.
she was really happy the last time that you said, this is the date. This is when I'm doing it.
Well,
You can
I
go
know.
a year from now.
I know, but I got things in my life that are a little stressful, and
Yeah, she does too.
but I've
Her
cut back.
kidney is not going to hang on forever.
I know. Well, you're healthy. Why don't you give her one of yours? You're a sister.
I can't,
Why can't you?
because her body will reject mine.
Although I've aged a
How
lot
do you
over
know
this
that?
last 20 years.
Because I've already been tested. You don't think
So
that
what
I
about
would
your
get
brother?
tested for my sister? We've all been tested.
What about your brother?
Who the hell knows what planet Winnie came from? None of us are matches. Of course we did that, Lorne.
Well, you never told me that before that you did it.
Okay, well, I'm telling you now. The fact is, she would be so incredibly happy if she could have yours.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
She's thrilled about the idea of having part of me and her.
Yeah, it's never going to happen, though, because you can't just stop smoking.
Well, you can't just stop. It's hard to just stop. That's why they invented things to try to get to help people stop.
Then you shouldn't have told her that you were stopping and that that was the date.
Well, they've been moved back a bit, but I'm trying very hard. I've gotten
Yeah,
to
it sounds
cut
like
down.
it. Sounds like it.
I've cut down. I've cut down, so I am getting there.
I'm just saying that you've told her that you're quitting. You've made that promise a million times and you can't stick to it. So just don't bother making it.
So I am quitting.
Okay.
I'm trying very hard.
I know.
I know.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Sounds like you're trying to back off on going on dates too.
Why would I have to?
You don't. We're in fucking any guy down there you want.
Right, I can because I'm an adult woman.
Yeah, you already did.
Yeah. And you can fuck whatever guy you want too.
You'll never find me fucking a guy, unlike the date that you had last night.
Oh, that silly, silly brain of yours.
Well, tell me why it is you judge people off of looks all the time.
I don't do it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
It seems awful funny that you're constantly saying something to me about looks.
Well, yeah, I'm saying it to you, but I don't say that to anyone else. I wouldn't want to hurt their feelings.
Okay, so what about that girl that
hurt their feelings
when she invited you to go swimming?
Oh,
he doesn't even catch it.
That was different.
Why was that different?
Because
why was that different?
She has meowy eyes, and there was some stuff coming out of it.
Meowy eyes.
Yeah, I understand that it was gross.
It was like yellow matter custard dripping out of a dead dog's eye.
Yes, the face of failure.
That it was gross. And I was on the phone with her when you came up.
All right, a couple of things. Meowy eyes on, that's meowsing. The second thing is age progression. This is actually not as long as I thought. This is 2014 to 2023 or something. 2024. This might be 10 years. So
I was on the phone with her when you came up because she was all excited about you coming over. And she didn't even realize the stuff was coming out of her eyes.
I'm sure she does.
I think that was the last time I talked to her because that was when you and I first started out.
Anyway.
It upset me a little bit because of what she said that she was going through with her roommates, that her roommates were picking on her.
Well, why did you stop talking to her if you felt so bad for her?
She didn't have the phone anymore.
Oh, but you still would have?
I still would have talked to her, but then she also started coming on too, and I was like, no.
Oh yeah, you like it though. You may pretend like you don't at the very beginning, but then you give in, just like with Rhoda.
No, I didn't. No, I wasn't going to give in. That's the reason I stopped talking to her.
I wasn't going to.
What is your hang up with wasn't and weren't?
Because you don't use them properly.
So what?
Yes.
So
that's another thing, Suma, that he flips were and was in all contexts. So I weren't going to do that. And if he was saying I wasn't going to do that, I weren't going to do that. And where we was going, right? It flips word to was.
Sound like a fucking moron.
Maybe I like using them like that. It might not be the correct way to say it, but who in the fucking United States actually does say anything correctly? Nobody.
I have never heard anyone say weren't in the wrong way like you do.
Well, that's the only thing I say in the wrong way.
Really?
What else do I say in the wrong way?
There's a ton of stuff. I can start making a list.
Yeah, this guy, endless comedy gold mine.
The last conversation we'll ever have.
Well, you don't want to give me a chance.
You weren't going to bring no pizza.
Yeah, if you wanted to before, but now you don't. You just want to give other guy a chance.
Well, every other guy knows how to say weren't and wasn't properly. So.
Well, every other guy likes cock and pussy too.
Nice touch. I don't get the. Rhoda is the daughter of Winnie that is going to supposedly do drugs, and that's why Lorne agrees to seduce her. But
they do.
Maybe connected to something else.
Date last night.
You seem to be talking about yourself.
No, I wasn't your date last night.
No, but you were talking. I was
just the one that you were supposed to be spending time with the last couple of nights.
Oh my God, were you talking about your?
Yeah, it is unusual. It's also unusual how many times the same names are repeated and used in Lorne's fictional stories. Like there's a ton of Debbies, couple Winnies and Paulas, and I don't know.
Yourself.
I'm not into talk.
Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint you.
No, you are though. You must be.
Sorry to disappoint you on that.
You're obsessed with it.
No.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
A lot of it.
No. That's not the correct way to say that.
And that Audrey Hepburn accent.
There's no such thing as a lot of it. Not the correct way to say that.
Oh, okay. But I was saying that as being sarcastic. You say weren't and wasn't in the wrong way because you don't know how to say it in the right way.
Well, maybe I just don't put much thought into it just because I know what I'm saying.
Well, no, you don't know what you're saying. That's the point.
Well, I weren't concentrating on it.
I weren't concentrating on it. Exactly.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't concentrating on it.
There you go, Lauren.
I'm
Yeah.
supposed to say it backwards. I don't want to disappoint you on that.
Anyway, can we be friends?
You gonna give me a chance?
At what? Being your friend? Of course.
A chance at us actually dating at some point.
No, I can't say that now.
I can't say that we're gonna be friends either.
Okay. That's really too bad because that's what
really
we could
too
be
bad
right
you don't-
now. And you don't want to do that.
We could date sometime too, and you don't want to give that a chance.
No, because I don't know you in that way.
Well, you're getting to know me in that way. You're getting to know me, but
We just went through the chat log.
that you don't want to date me ever.
I'm telling you out straight that I don't want to date you.
Tell you what, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what
I'm gonna
that
get chopped up a bit. because I'm
references to. But
next to a river.
Okay. I hope you
Might
don't
even
fall
be
in.
1 point. No.
Oh, you
Might
heard
be 1
that.
point about. Yeah, I heard that. You hope I don't
Okay.
fall in.
Right.
oh, Moscow, Idaho.
Tells
I
me-
assume you're being
tells me you must
sarcastic.
care about me because you don't want to see me die.
I must.
So there's a
Or you're
start.
calling the
I
hoax
already said
sloppy
that
because
I
it's
care
not a
about you as
hoax.
a person, Lorne. Like,
I know you don't care anything about me as a date.
no,
Person
because
to
we're not
date.
dating. I'm gonna start taking a tally of how many times I have to say no, we're not dating, and read off the number.
How? I've got to understand this.
Okay.
How is it that you was ever gonna marry Gigi, but you don't want to give me a chance to date?
I had a relationship with Gigi. I don't have one with you. I want to be
You
friends
keep
with you.
pointing that out.
Right. And you keep pointing out that, well, you won't give me a chance, and you did before, all kinds of stuff.
I know because it's upsetting to me because
Well, don't let it be upsetting
Really?
to you.
I really have feelings for you, and that's.
All right.
I've never believed in somebody like I believe in you.
What
Last
does that
chance.
mean,
Assuming
believe in-
you're
That means I really believe in you. As a
kidding.
person, that you don't play with people,
I'm not.
and that's why I'm so pissed off.
Okay, then be pissed off. That's fine. But you have to understand that the direction that you're coming from is
You need
all
to
based on
clarify
this emotion that you're having.
last time if you're
It's not
kidding or
based
not.
on anything that I've done. You're just mad.
Yeah, I'm mad because of what you've done.
Tell you the truth. You just said that you
Tell me the
believed
truth,
in
but
me, and that meant that I'm honest. But yet, that's not what you want.
Tell me the truth, but then you turn around and you deny things. It's like, why the fuck would you deny it?
No, I'm telling you the way that things were. I'm actually being honest. You don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear that there's never going to be a chance for us to see what's actually there.
Well, I don't want you to hold on to this idea and make it your truth because it hasn't happened.
No, it hasn't. I want to know that there is a chance that it will happen. I want to
I
know
don't
that you're
know
gonna.
that. I don't know that.
That's what I wanted you to hear you say.
Okay, but you're acting
I
as
didn't want.
if I'm supposed to act
But I didn't
like
want you
it
to
is
come out and say.
happening.
I didn't want you to come out and say that there's no chance.
Lauren, have you ever seen Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Do you remember at one point Lloyd is talking to
Yeah, I know.
the one?
So you think there's a chance?
Right. That's exactly
Yeah.
who you are. You are that guy.
No, I am not that guy.
Yes.
This guy actually gives a fuck about you.
Well, I think
This
that
guy has
Lloyd would
every
give a fuck
reason
about
to
me,
give
too.
a fuck about you. This
Right.
guy has every reason to give a fuck about you. He does. It's not your looks that he gives a fuck about. He's not basing anything that he gives a fuck about you on your looks.
Well, who said that anyone was?
So you seem to be big on that. I think that everybody is going to judge somebody off their looks. So I weren't raised that way. I give a fuck about the person.
Right.
They can be the best looking fucking person in the world, but if they're a shitty person on the inside, who the fuck wants to be with them?
Right.
I never knew exactly what you look. All I was doing was going by what Emma and Dan told me, and Winnie told me, and you told me.
Right.
Well, Emma and Winnie told me that Winnie looked like fucking Casey Morrow. She don't look like Casey Morrow. Where the fuck did they ever get that?
I have no idea.
So why should I believe you look like fucking Malibu Barbie?
I don't care.
I never went off your looks.
Right, because you don't know what I look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than the picture that your brother had on there.
Right.
So yeah, if that's really you on there, then yeah, I do know what you look like now.
Okay.
It still fucking throws me for a loop why you wouldn't want to send me a picture if I already know what you look like.
Because you go crazy over things. Look
I
at what
don't
happened.
get crazy over things.
Are you kidding? This whole conversation has been crazy. The million times that you've hung up on me this whole time has been crazy. And I don't want you jerking off to it. That would be disgusting.
Oh, yeah, you give me a fucking break.
You
I
probably
don't use
jizzed all
pictures
over the
when I
postcard
jerk
I
off
sent you.
anyway. I don't use what?
You probably jizzed
What'd you
all over
just
the
say?
postcard that I sent you.
Oh my God, are you serious?
It's stuck to
You
your
probably are
nightstand.
serious. I don't know why I'm asking that. You probably are serious.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, jeez. I have never jerked off to a picture in a magazine or anything else. I have a very good imagination.
What about a 9-year-old waving the flag with the national anthem on the morning news video, Lorne?
Right. So you remember the picture in your brain, and then that's
picture
what
of what?
you do. Of what?
Oh, yeah, of the one. No, I create my own image in my fucking brain. And why do I need to tell you that? What do you do?
It's none of your business.
Tell
That's
us-
disgusting.
No. I'm telling you my business. You tell me your business.
No.
Hey, why? Scared?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Yeah. Because you don't want to be honest with me on that one. Because you obviously didn't hear anything that I just asked you.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so why are you so private with me when I'm so open with you?
He definitely does.
Because you take things to the next level. I'm pretty open with my friends to a certain degree. I'm also very, very private. That's the way that I've always been. You, Winnie, fucking Emma, if she's monitoring my Facebook, tells you everything. Anyway, you guys talk about me all the time.
I don't.
Just to handle the side business here, Max Smith, come on up. Tell us how we're wrong and it's fiction and a crime didn't happen. I will debate you live right now. And I've had plenty of Mac and Jacks and Jameson. So it should be easy for you, you data scientist. Otherwise, there's no point in you trying to convince anyone because you won't even stand up for what you're trying to peddle.
Tell them to tell me.
And then you take that as your truth and you throw it in my face, and I get a stupid text message, and I just have to say, okay, here we go. Lorne's acting like a child again. Countdown to when he apologizes and tells me that I'm so special.
There's a guy in the chat.
Really, you are?
I know I am. I know.
Trying to, he keeps saying stuff like, oh, Moscow's a hoax. I'm a data scientist. Blah, blah. I keep removing his comments because if he wants to say that kind of stuff, he can come up here and say it. You can have an actual debate. He's not going to just spout in the chat.
You haven't ran away when I've had some of my problems. You actually stuck around and helped me, and that was
right. And so I have been
really
trying to
special
help
taste.
you as a friend, which is
Because unlike other channels, I'm not going to block you. I will debate you. You come up and say your stupid shit. But you're not just going to do one. No, you keep putting, you keep putting messages in there, but I'm going to keep removing them. You have to come up and debate your stuff.
exactly what a friend would do, but you can't do that. And that's the reason why I don't tell you a bunch of shit, because if I do,
And I'll give you
somehow
full
going to get
reign
thrown in
to
my face,
state your
used
case.
against me and all of that. I'm not interested. It's really disappointing that we have to have these conversations as often as we do. Telling someone that you're not interested in dating them, you want to be
As I
their
suspected,
friend,
you can't
you want to
come up and debate it.
to them, you want to help them through whatever it is that they need to go through, because right now it's a lot of stuff. And I think I can help you do that, but you don't let me, because right above that is you wanting to have a romantic relationship, and it's just not there.
It never should have been like it was.
Okay, but whatever that is, whatever you have in your head, it's not like how it was. We're going to draw the line in the sand again, which is what I thought we did.
The growl.
We're going to forget it.
One of those growls. I love the Lorne growls. I gotta update the banner here.
And we're going to move on.
We're not going to forget it.
Why? So you can torture yourself?
Why?
So we can continue to have the same conversation that is so fucking boring. I mean, if anyone else had to listen to this, they would just be rolling their eyes. That's how pathetic it is.
Because before you was in the hospital, I loved it.
Okay,
when you was in the hospital, I loved it. Because it was like I was actually getting to see you that I didn't see before then when I was with Winnie and you were in California. Instead, when you were in California, it seemed like you were trying to purposely act like a bitch to me. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't even know her. She's acting like a complete bitch to me. Then,
look at the relationship you and Winnie had. If you guys actually were together in the same room, domestic violence all day.
No, because I don't hit one.
It doesn't mean that you're just going to punch someone. That's not necessarily just domestic violence. It could be that you're not allowing her to leave. You lock the door and block her way. Could be you're holding on to her so she can't move. There's a ton of stuff that goes along with domestic violence.
Yeah.
Any kind of way of intimidation, scaring her, screaming at the top of your lungs.
Very updated the banner for you, Matt Smith.
If I stood in front of the door and blocked her way out, I'd be afraid of her going out and doing something fucked up, getting hurt or hurting someone else.
When I've heard you guys on the phone and you're screaming, and I've heard you screaming at your brother, throwing shit around, hitting him. He
hit me too. He was actually the one who started the fucking.
It doesn't matter. Right, exactly. So you're going to justify it all day long. Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that you call the cops on us. That's brotherly love. We've done that all our life.
Oh, yeah, totally. And that's what you would say with Winnie. Oh, no, I love her. We scrap like that all the time.
Well, when he was doing drugs, she had me stressed right out.
The point is, Lorne, you guys had a horrible...
Oh, here goes baby boy.
Extremely abusive and unproductive.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so as her sister, I'm going to stand in the way of that. I'm going to tell you what the problem is. And if you're the problem, I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to tell you to go fuck off. I'm going to tell you that you need to work on yourself and you need to allow Winnie to get
All right,
better.
dude, you're not getting it.
But you didn't want to do that. I love her.
So instead, you took and pretended like you liked me?
You're not doing one-way messages in the chat, Max Smith.
That wasn't the point.
You can come up and debate, or you can shut
It was just flirting.
up.
Where are you now?
I just pulled in my house. I got these 2x6s that I
Stole.
got down in the hall in the car. So, but the point, shit. The point was that there was more than flirting in my head and with what you were doing.
How is there more than flirting on the phone?
Then you wouldn't have done the stuff that you did.
In your head, you thought that it was more than flirting, and it wasn't.
And you keep telling yourself that, but no, I don't.
I'm telling you that.
You can tell me that all you want. Doesn't mean I'm gonna believe it.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna believe it because of the way you were.
I'm telling you the way that it was.
Hi, babies. Hi, babies. What's up?
Goofy baby. Yes, that is the point. Debbie has done damage. What's a biscuit?
This is a big yawn. Who wants a biscuit? Little girl, you want a biscuit?
What's a biscuit?
Baby. And go silly pretty little girl. That rubber belly. There go. She does it all the time.
Oops, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to delete it.
When I get home, and then instead of taking the
I need to
biscuit,
put him in a
I
longer
take
time out, I
my
guess.
rubber
He keeps
it's funny, it's cute.
commenting instead of coming up.
Sorry.
Thanks. You have to come up and debate.
To apologize for, instead of apologizing for being a fucking asshole, apologize for thinking that your dogs are cute. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, you think I'm so bad to my dogs? I'm not supposed to think my dogs are cute.
Did you take Sadie to the vet to have her nails clipped?
I did.
When was that?
And that was, I don't know, it's been 3 or 4 months now.
Oh no, you were supposed to take her more recently than that.
Yeah, well, I haven't gotten around to doing it more recently right now.
Her nails are very long, Lorne. I saw them in that picture when you drew the hearts for Casey. Remember that?
Yeah, I think I took her after that.
The
You said
hearts for
something then. I
Casey.
think because I had Roy take her. Oh, Roy and Mom.
All right.
Couldn't even take his own dogs.
So, because she can't have nails like that. It's going to hurt her feet.
I know, I gotta get one of them things for dogs that I can do it myself.
Nope.
Well, they've got one out now that's supposed to be gentle on the dog.
You're not doing it to your dogs yourself.
Why?
You don't know how. You don't know how you're going to end up hurting her.
No, because I know you don't cut down to the roots.
Take her, but you're not going to be able to see them exactly. So you
That's
need
why
to take them to a groomer. It's not that expensive.
There's a new machine that they have out that takes it down just so far, so you don't get to the roots.
No, I really think that you need to take her and have it done.
No, I'd like to do it. I'd rather not. I'd rather not do it myself.
Right. Don't do it yourself. Don't spend money on some stupid machine that you think is going to work. Do you think she's going to let you take her foot and put it into a machine? Something that's going to grind her nails?
Yeah, probably not.
Right.
They make it look good on the commercial.
Of course they do. She needs to have her nails clipped more regularly than that, especially with how long they are.
You're so pretty.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Why are you saying, oh, Jesus? I just told her she's so pretty.
Trying to change the subject.
No, I went in there to her.
Sorry,
I
think my dogs are cute.
I don't take care of those things. Those things are disgusting.
I tell you what.
God.
My feet are looking better than what they were.
I wouldn't eat
Taking a
peach cobbler off of those things. Holy shit.
I wouldn't want anybody to. How would anybody want to?
Really disgusting.
What? Why are you saying that something about me is disgusting?
Are we friends now?
I don't know. Are you actually going to think about giving it a chance down the road?
No.
Why? Because you want to be stubborn?
No, because I'm telling you I don't want to. I don't want you to just be friends because you think that something is going to happen down the road.
No, because I would actually like to be friends.
Good. I do too.
But I want you to keep your mind open.
Jesus came down and blessed our friendship.
I want you to keep your mind open. I don't want you closing me out to dating. That'd be a dumb thing to do because I think we could have something really good.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so I'm just going to be your friend, and I'm not going to think about the future. And I think that would be a good idea for you too.
Why have you been so persistent tonight on wanting to be my friend?
Because I'm trying to make things clear with you, and I'm trying to see if that's even possible.
Why do you think I'm so stupid?
Well, you've proven that you're stupid.
No.
Yeah, you have.
See? Here you go, Suma.
Times. There's actually
not hardly. He's not hardly stupid.
Some things I've done have been stupid. Yeah, maybe they have.
Yeah, maybe they have.
The world that has done stupid things.
No, but again, you're going back to I'm going to talk about other people and see how we're all the same because other people have done bad things too. So somehow that takes a little bit off of me.
I don't like being attacked. I've been attacked a lot.
Okay.
You've been convicted a lot.
I don't like being attacked all the time.
Yeah, and I'm not attacking you.
So I'm just trying to make you understand why I do that. People like to attack other people, but they don't look in. Well, you said it in a text to me one day.
What?
When fucking
Jamie
said something about you.
Uh-huh.
We was talking. I told you about what Amy said, and you said Why does everybody talk about me? Why can't they talk about themselves? Well, that's what I said. Oh, gee, I wonder how that feels.
Well, that's not the
Lorne.
same thing.
I've never been there
Lorne.
before.
I'm saying don't talk about me, because that's what all of you people do. You just talk about me and what I'm doing.
What do people do with me?
I don't know. What do they do with
And
you?
it's not just our small group of friends. There's like thousands of people, upon thousands of people
Yeah,
that
I know.
talk about me.
Right.
There's nothing I can do about it.
No, there isn't.
I've learned to deal with it. I've fucking pissed me off and bugged the living fuck out of me when it first happened.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, I realized there's nothing I can do about it. They're going to do whatever they want anyway.
Right.
They're going to keep pointing the finger at me, but then they don't turn around and look in the mirror.
There's a little bit of a difference there. I mean, they're pointing at you
Oh.
for something that's pretty fucking serious. And
yeah, and I'm betting probably 50% of them people that are pointing at me have their own skeletons in their own closets.
everybody has skeletons in their closet. Everybody does.
Yeah, and I'm saying probably of the same thing that they're pointing at me about.
No, why? Why would you assume?
So, Suma, this is where you've got to understand now that the reason most of us are interested in Lorne, according to Lorne, is because most of us are actually pedophiles and secretly are so. That's the only reason we watch him, is because we're just like him.
Assume that because you want to think
Because-
that there's more people like you.
No, because
Yeah.
most people that attack people for a certain thing have done that certain thing themselves. So they attack somebody else that has done it. So it makes
Not
them feel better
necessarily.
and look better to the
Is
public.
that a therapy thing to say? Is that what Allie told you?
I've been told that by therapists.
Well, what about Emma? Has she ever told you that?
No, Emma's never told me that.
Okay.
But not every therapist is gonna say that.
Right.
But I've been told that by a couple of therapists.
Yeah, the ones who are trying to make you feel better about yourself and trying to get you to stop crying.
No, okay, now you're trying to say that there's no therapist that is gonna say that when you don't know. You can't say things that you don't know.
I'm saying that you are taking something like that and you're trying to make yourself feel better about those who are talking about you.
No, because it's already been proven.
Where is
you
it
look
proven?
at the first chat log that we had,
Yeah.
the part one.
Oh,
Well, that fuck.
is this where we get into the Xavier stuff, guys? I don't remember. That'd be a real treat for Suma if she heard the Xavier
Guy
stuff.
turned himself in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no.
Pointing his finger, and he's been.
When they did the live chat log recording Lorne reading it, they did it like a Passion of the Christ thing, where somebody saw it and then supposedly turned themselves in for being a pedo. And they told Lorne that, and Lorne believed it, so he believed he was doing good by reading the chat log.
Doing the same.
Back
same
it up
fucking,
here.
That when you don't know, you can't say things that you don't know.
I'm saying that you are taking something like that and you're trying to make yourself feel better about those who are talking about you.
No, because it's already been proven.
Where is
you
it
look
proven?
at the first chat log that we had,
Yeah.
the part one, where that fucking guy turned himself in.
Okay.
He'd been pointing his finger, and he'd
So
been
what?
doing the same fucking thing that he was laughing about from someone else.
Okay. So
Okay,
that's one
so I
person.
know there's
How
more.
does that become 50% of the people?
That's one person that had the balls enough to get out and say that he actually did it.
Honestly, Lorne, I can probably tell you that most of the people who have made comments on your videos, who have called you names, who've regurgitated your chat log back to you, are doing it because they hate you.
Yeah.
They hate what you did.
I wish we had the whole thing.
I hate
It's
what
not
I did.
because, right, but I'm telling you that that's the reason why they do it. They're fascinated about all of the guys that they've seen on the show. And they think, holy shit, these are the types of people that are around me. People that are around my own kids in my own family. You would never know it by looking at them. But here they are walking into the house. And it's crazy. Your chat log, Lorne, we've read it, is crazy.
And boring.
Yeah. Right. And it's fucked up. And I get that there was a lot of fucked up stuff, you know, for the
Boring because it's so repetitive.
You know, all the gross stuff.
And horrific.
Even just the possessiveness, like talking to a 13-year-old about having this fantasy of a life together was fucked up.
I know.
Really weird.
Royally fucked up.
Right. There's a lot of people who are going to look at that and they're going to say, wow, he has a YouTube channel. He has videos. I'm going to go say something to him. People who have had real impact of being a victim or knowing a victim and knowing all of the stuff that has happened to those people's lives because of people like you, they're going to take that anger and they're going to push it toward anyone who's available. And you happen to be available.
It's fucked up how that whole thing has grown. I tried getting away from the fucking thing.
Right, but you keep putting yourself out there. And it's concerning that you're so concerned about getting your computer back so that you can go onto social media. And what's going to end up happening is you're going to have someone make some kind of a comment to you that is either flirtatious or maybe can seem like they're a nice person. And all of a sudden, here comes Lorne. Like, this is the one, I'm going to get her to. And you have yourself another catfish.
The big reason why I wanted my computer back was so I keep an eye on what people are doing.
We'll keep an eye on it, but what are you going to do then?
Well,
I was just looking at the comments on the Heartland video. Again. 1 second, let me pull this up. This poor band. Can we see the comments here? No, I gotta remove this and pull this up. Make this smaller, maybe? Will that help? Oh, that didn't help, but okay, zoom in. So we've got, where'd it go? 9 days ago. Oh, no, 7 days ago. I love you, my precious princess. 8 days ago. Wow. 8 days ago. Do a Heartline song impression. Please. Like, I loved her first. 9 days. Do you want to see it or my bot again? It's the story of Lorne and Kayla, a girl's first feelings that, like that, Lorne drove to love. Lorne driving to love there with lighting in the distance. Night, a birthday he'll never forget. Okay. Now we'll go back here. I always like checking on that video just to see the comments.
selling things in the store with my face on them without my permission.
Okay, so what did the attorney say about that?
That's something that we can go after, but I have to bring in actual paperwork to them, showing them proof of that, of people doing that.
Right.
So which I don't have a computer, so the only ones that I can rely on are you, Winnie, and Emma. I try to keep my family out of this stuff because I don't want Mom getting stressed out about any of it. So she already knows about some of the stuff on there, and I get more concerned about her all the time.
Well, what about your friend that's supposedly helping you? Have them do it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, but you have to keep it to you and not tell anybody else.
Okay.
Promise me?
Yeah.
Okay. There is no other friend that does it. Roy is the one that goes over
It's been Roy the entire time.
Oh, okay.
What to put in. There is no friend that does it.
Okay.
He just stands behind Roy, tells Roy to go online, which isn't violating his terms of probation at all.
Believe that because of the stuff that they pulled on me in the past.
Okay.
You know what? I guarantee you more people know about that song because of Lorne than don't. So
Gives me that little thing so that
of course you can't use it as a wedding song anymore because there's too many of us that know it. And just like Slothcat said in last year's summer stream or something, I would have to leave. I would have to leave the wedding reception if they started playing that.
If they tell me something that seems a little off to me, then they'll know that I do have somebody back here that can check on it.
Okay, so what exactly is he doing? I don't really understand what he's looking for. I don't get it.
He'll just who's looking for?
Roy.
Roy's not looking for anything. Roy, I can stand behind the computer and look at it all I want to.
You can't.
I can't physically be on the computer.
Right.
I can't physically be on the internet.
Okay.
Myself.
Right.
I can't be sitting in chair. I can't be sitting in front of it.
Yeah.
And operating it. But I can stand behind anybody that's sitting in the chair and operating it.
No.
Okay.
No, you can't.
I know Roy where to go or Mom where to go, and so that I can look at what I want to look at.
Okay.
That's where I get my information. I don't do it that often because why do I want to keep bugging them to do that? I mean,
Why are you bugging them in the
you
first
guys
place, Lorne?
Pretty much tell me everything I need to know, and I trust you guys. Well, you I trust more than anybody because you've never been part of
So damn special.
what Winnie and Emma did.
Right.
But now I've gotten to trust Winnie and Emma more. And she said, and I don't want to tell Winnie and Emma anything about this.
Okay.
But Emma, I still feel off sometimes about Emma because it's like sometimes she'll say some things that just seem really off.
Okay.
It doesn't really feel right. So it makes it. That's why I don't trust Emma all the way when she says some stuff.
Okay.
Does that make more sense to you now?
Yeah, I guess. It's interesting that Roy's looking at it.
Well, Roy's not really looking at it. He's actually on his iPad talking to some girl that I don't know that he thinks is real.
Oh, really?
Many girls that he thinks is real.
That must be so crazy to be talking to a girl you think is real.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. And it sucks. And I was trying to get away from that. And well,
Hack those ciggies, Lorne.
Posing as Casey, I kept believing that as a possibility, even though some things really seemed off. I was like, well, Emma would tell me the difference.
Mm-hmm.
No, not realizing.
You just said you were working on quitting smoking earlier in this call.
She never really saw what Casey looked like. I knew she did. And there's no way you can mistake. I mean, they don't look anything alike.
Right.
And I knew Emma knew that.
Okay.
And then when Emma went to this concert, they sent me a picture of all of them together. It was supposed to be Winnie when she was posing as Casey, and they photoshopped Casey's face onto. I don't know if they. Emma said they photoshopped Casey's face onto Winnie's body. I don't know if that was true or not, or if it was actually just Casey there. But what they did was Photoshop Emma being in the picture. See what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, I guess. Kind of crazy. That's a wild story.
Wow, that's fucking wild. Now, what did you know about that before?
I really didn't know anything. I pretty much did my own thing. Even when I was out in California, I was doing the same kind of stuff. I was working. Winnie's running around doing whatever. I mean, I didn't really pay that much attention to the stuff that she would tell me. A lot of the time, she would tell me some crazy shit, and I would just say, okay, cool. Don't shit in the tub. That kind of stuff.
When did you start getting on the computer?
I've always been on the computer, having internet access and things like that. I mean, it's a huge part of life. When you go to work, a lot of stuff is on the computer, and managing things at home, like shopping or Facebook, whatever. It's all on there.
Okay, but I'm talking about Tiffany and Clubber time. When did you start that?
I don't know. I don't really remember exactly. But Derek's been up to it for... No, I don't.
He's even found
Derek's been up to it for
stream
years.
with her on it, and he still doesn't
Derek on it years ago.
realize that she's
one of those
catfishing him.
That is fascinated with the show.
She just talks her way right out of it because he wants to believe it.
So
FOMO.
Stupid to fall for it and actually.
Sorry, I stepped over the line here. Back up.
I'm talking about Tiffany and Clubber time. When did you start that?
I don't know. I don't really remember exactly. But Derek's been up to it for... No, I don't.
Derek's been up to it for years.
Yeah, he has.
I remember seeing Derek on it years ago.
Yeah. He's one of those people that is fascinated with the show. Can't fucking believe that there are guys who are so stupid to fall for it and actually show up. So it's one of his hobbies. He just...
How do you have a conversation with somebody on the phone talking to you like this about something that you did? Like, how do you not die of embarrassment?
What does that do for him?
I don't know. I guess he gets his jollies.
What does it do for you when you was on it?
Well, I think it's interesting.
See, when you was on it, not when you were on it.
Internet world, like really deep into social media and going crazy with it. I don't post all the time and stuff. I don't have my own channel, but you know, there's a lot of people that do, and Derek's one of them.
I guess I'm just trying to understand what kind of thrill people get off somebody else's mishaps and misfortunes and mistakes.
We've talked about it before. I mean, this wasn't a mishap or a misfortune or a mistake. You know,
he's a victim of circumstance, Debbie.
That wasn't intended to be found out, and it was found out.
The circumstance is he was in Nashville after fleeing a robbery or fleecing an old woman, and then happened to go on the chat room and get seduced by a 14-year-old. Mishaps.
That was a fucked up time in my life. Very fucked up time.
But I mean, it had been going on for a couple of years.
I know. It was fucked up time in my life. Because before those couple of years, I'd never even thought of doing anything like that.
Well,
we know that's a lie.
Irrelevant at this point. It really is. I mean, because honestly, you know, before it
because we know about MySpace Molly for sure, and Veronica or Jessica or somebody as well.
That, you know, when we would talk about the Kayla situation, it was kind of presented like this was a one-time thing. You know, I was messed up at the time. And then it comes out that there's other stuff with real people.
All right. Here we go. Thank you, Debbie.
Exactly the same as what we saw with Kayla. And that happened years before. So, you know, there was a huge problem happening. And it's my own personal feeling that it happened more than the couple of people that you talked about.
Listen.
Lorne, stuff was happening.
You
know that it was.
I want you to listen to me.
Okay.
There was no more than what I've told you.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Just the idea that even if she believed this, that this would be a salvageable relationship, you do it once. No woman's going to want to date you. Well, no normal woman. Let's put it that way.
Else I can say to get you to believe that, but I'm telling you all straight, there was no more than what I've told you. So what you know is everything.
Okay.
So I've got to press telling you because it's like the drinking thing. Emma tried pressing me that I was drinking.
Yeah, we're drinking coffee.
Last night. Yeah, I was drinking. I'm drinking coffee.
Well, Lauren,
I got mad about it because she was trying to tell me that I was drinking when I weren't drinking.
Well, you have to understand.
And you did the same thing today, and I was like, what?
I weren't drinking.
You have to understand, Lauren, you have to understand where that comes from. That comes from every.
This nervous laugh is such a bad giveaway.
And that's exactly what you say. Coffee. I'm drinking coffee. As if you're so offended that anyone would ask if you were drinking. And then all of a sudden, it comes out that you were. And everyone has to say, okay, well, of course he was drinking. We knew it.
Yeah, but I also told you that I'm not going to lie to you anymore.
Good. I'm glad that you're not going to lie.
Remove that sentence from your description. Or from your vocabulary, Lauren. Sorry, I was reading something on screen.
And it has to go on for a certain amount of time.
I know. It used to be the reverse with me.
I don't care. Used to be.
Well, I care it used to be because that's what I want to be again.
Okay, but you're going backwards like 30 years, Lorne, and saying, well, I used to not do that. I used to be a good
I know.
person. You know, I mean, come on.
Well, I do that because I go in my own head and I try to figure out where the hell I started doing it at and why I started doing it. And it all comes back to the same place.
Birth.
When I came home from Washington State and I started being around Tony and Paul and all the partying crap.
Okay.
From
So
back here.
when
That's
was
where it
that?
all
That was
started.
what, 2002?
Yeah,
Okay, so now we're almost 20 years from that.
I know.
You know,
It's fucked
I mean,
up.
that's what I mean. If you are in the mindset where you're saying, I want to figure this out, I want to figure out where I started going wrong and how it happened, that's fine. But when that stops you and you stall yourself and you say, well, I need to figure out where I went wrong, and that's kind of your backfall, because ultimately you can't figure it out. So in another 20 years, you're going to be asking yourself the same questions, getting the same responses. You haven't budged. You're the same asshole. There's just going to be a different group of people that you're being an asshole to.
Sucks being an asshole too. I hated it.
Okay, well, stop being one.
Well, I'm not trying to be one.
But you were one today, is what the point is.
Yeah, because my feelings are involved, and
Okay, but don't say I don't want to be
been,
an asshole, and then but my feelings were involved, so it's okay to be one.
Well, I've been played with so much that it's taken a toll on me.
You did damage, Debbie.
Really defensive.
Well, get defensive. Do whatever, Lorne, because the fact of the matter is that
She's giving him so much good advice, so much real world advice that he could use to become a normal person, but he can't because he's not. But even despite the fact that she's making fun of him, she's giving him real world advice, and he cannot absorb any of it.
Tired of your shit, and she's gonna walk. Dan's gonna get tired of it, and he's gonna skip away. I'm gonna get tired of it, and I'm gonna walk too. And so is Winnie.
Yeah, but all the bad shit came from my drinking.
That definitely didn't help anything.
No, that hurt things.
But you weren't drinking today, right? And you were still.
And this is before he went back to prison for drinking.
An asshole to me, holding me to be a girlfriend when I'm not, acting as if I'm cheating on you when I'm not.
I was acting hurt. I'm not going to say I'm not. I'm not going to say I'm still not hurt. I am hurt.
Go ahead and be hurt, but don't be an asshole to me. All you're doing is you're giving yourself justifications to be that way. Just like when you made justifications that your family didn't make you mac and cheese, you didn't get that kind of stuff when you poured your money into helping them out.
Well, thankfully those days are over.
Okay, good. Well, keep having other days like that. Don't be a fucking prick. Be an adult. Actually be one. And don't say, I'm her, and go on your fucking dates, going out with cocksuckers. Fuck you, Lorne. Seriously, fuck you. Fuck you.
I was her because you fucking told me 2 nights in a row that you're going to call me.
Big deal. Big fucking deal. Go and do something else.
Because it was a big deal to me because I think highly of you, and when you tell me something that it's usually in stone. I take it as in
but
stone,
I didn't have a chance to call you, so you know what? Get over it.
You don't do everything perfectly. Don't think that you do. I know you think that you do everything perfectly, and you don't.
Who the fuck cares? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you.
What are you talking about?
Well, you always think that you do everything perfectly, and you don't.
What are you talking about? Don't just repeat yourself. Tell me what you're talking about.
And he's in love with her. But then he found out she was married. Twice. He survived prison twice.
Like last night. Waiting till 10:30.
Of course. He didn't like Christmas in there.
Well, you know what? What time would have been good to tell you? What time? Huh?
Maybe okay, sorry. He didn't go to prison the second time. He went to jail the second time for 6 months.
And would that have been better? Would you have been, I don't know, maybe normal at that time.
But the Christmas
okay, cool. We'll have a
Christmas
good time.
tree wasn't up to his standards. That's why we came home and cut down a 4-footer,
I know, because you're a prick.
which actually was just a ceramic tree in February. See, I'd like to. I mean, not that I can. What's up, Darky? Not that I can bully or not bully. Request anything of Reborn because he's the goat and he's great. I mean, there's calls out there for Sundays with COD that aren't on a solo release. Like you could be making so much more in the 4-footer and dump truck me. Like those are so good. I wish we could listen to the. I mean, we could, but yeah, he was in love with his therapist.
No,
right?
like I said, I don't want to be infected.
Or the way he
with something
describes it.
that's
No, but
disgusting.
she's married and like, as if it matters.
Get multi say shit. Don't go there.
Well, I don't. So don't say
you
shit
wouldn't
like
get
bite
infected
me.
with me anyway. You know you wouldn't
I
get
don't want
infected
to.
with me
No,
anyway.
I'm gonna throw up.
Excuse me.
Anyway.
Get back that up.
I'm gonna throw up. You said.
I'm gonna throw up.
Don't go there. You don't want me to get multi and say shit. Don't.
Of course,
go there.
sir.
Well, I don't. So don't say
you
shit
wouldn't
like
get
bite
infected
me.
with me anyway. You know you wouldn't
I
get
don't want
infected
to.
with me
No,
anyway.
I'm gonna throw up.
Don't say shit like bite me. I'm gonna throw up. Like, I'd never talk to this woman again. I'd be so embarrassed.
Excuse me.
Anyway.
I'm gonna throw up. You said. Really? Yeah. Get real.
Really?
Get real.
Get real.
You're the one that needs to get real.
I'm real. I'm standing right up right here. Come on up and see me. You
So
be able to tell I'm real.
So embarrassing.
When are you going to talk to Maria?
I don't know. She hasn't called me back yet. I called her the day before yesterday. She hasn't called me back yet. So I don't know if she's just avoiding me or what. But I mean, maybe this had to happen so I could get things more straightened out in my head.
Maybe what had to happen?
Maybe me getting suspended from class had to happen so I get things more straightened out in my head. Well, they don't want to put me in jail because they know I have a lot to lose.
So he got suspended from rape class or RSO class because he recorded the other people in there and then played it on a call. And he was also recorded talking to Winnie, threatening the other people in the class. So he got kicked out. A lot to lose. Wait, what did he reference there?
So don't say shit like bite me.
With me anyway.
Back it up there.
Get infected with me
no,
anyway.
I'm gonna throw up.
Excuse me.
Anyway.
I'm gonna throw up. You said. Really? Yeah. Get real.
Really?
Get real.
I am real. You're the one that needs to get real.
I'm real. I'm standing right up right here. Come on up and see me. You be able to tell I'm real.
When are you going to talk to Maria?
I don't know. She hasn't called me back yet. I called her the day before yesterday. She hasn't called me back yet. So I don't know if she's just avoiding me or what. But
yeah, everyone would avoid you.
Maybe this had to happen so I could get things more straightened out in my head.
Maybe what had to happen?
Maybe me getting suspended from class had to happen so I get things more straightened out in my head. Well, they don't want to put me in jail because they know I have a lot to lose and that I do good with working and putting in society.
He's got a lot to lose. I think if I understand Lorne correctly, the only thing that he's worried of losing is he's worried of losing his land and his trailer to his brother Roy. When people have to make the land payments for him, and his aunt and mother and controller are like, okay, Roy, just go ahead and move in the trailer. That's what he's afraid of losing, and contact with women, because he does try and contact Debbie immediately out of prison, right before he hooks back up with Jamie.
Huh? What do you mean that's about it?
Well, you go to work. And
yeah,
I
go to work and I've been donating water to the homeless shelter. I've been I go over and help Mom. I help Aunt Sharon.
Yeah, but the other stuff
me.
that they.
So the donating water to the homeless shelter. Let me see if I can get the photo up here.
What other stuff?
The
I
drinking.
mean, with the drinking is the only thing.
So when you
the drinking, and they don't want me to.
I can't find the image here, but he got free water from work, and he dumped out the water to turn in the bottles for the deposit. And then he, I think, also maybe dropped off some of the water bottles at the homeless shelter. But that's probably before he realized he could turn in the bottles for the deposit.
They have anything to do with anybody that I've met from the internet, like Emma, you, Winnie, Dan. And I'm telling them no, they're not going to pick who I can have for friends.
Oh, remember, this is 8 years ago at this
Emma
point.
and Dan, well, they're not so concerned about you.
At least 5 years before this.
Bryce, I told him how much you would help me. And I told him that you're the only one that I've opened up to, like I've opened up ever. But Emma was a big one at first.
He's got his palate started. His septic business.
When Mitchell was my
that's the other thing I don't think we've shared. The only job that we feel, fairly certain that he actually did was working with septic tanks. He would subcontract a lot of the stuff out, but it's just nice to know that when he did work, he was literally working with human excrement where he belongs.
Mitchell would go on the internet and he'd find things out that Emma was doing.
Okay. Is he going to be your officer
Then he bring
now?
it back and show me. That's
right.
what the guy from the polygrapher told me. And he told me that Maria told him.
And we know he actually knows something about septic because he also did work for a company in Washington doing it. Because when you hear him describe septic work, there's no ums and pauses and missing gaps in the story. It's all very linear in explaining how it works. So we know that's the one thing he has done.
He hasn't contacted me.
When were you supposed to see her again?
Hold on, I gotta put this on mute. I gotta blow my nose.
And once he gets his septic business back up, he's going to make all our bank accounts look like shit.
Did you use the tissue, or did you just blow snot rockets all over the room?
Oh, I just lifted up my t-shirt and blew my nose all over my t-shirt.
I believe that.
That's good enough.
Okay, so
No,
Mitchell
you didn't, Lauren.
may not be back.
I think he is because the polygrapher told me that Maria told him. So if Maria told him, Maria's going to be the first one to know. Well, Bryce would be the first one to know. Then he'd tell Maria. And I guess Maria must have told the polygrapher, and the polygrapher told me.
Okay, so when
Maybe
would
that's
you
why.
normally be meeting with her?
But there is no normal.
Okay.
It's whenever she tells me to come down, or that's usually about it. Or whenever she shows up here. Then she always calls me before she shows up here to make sure I'm home. She knows I work a lot of hours.
Well, I'm just curious what they could be doing because
His probation officer
it seems like
is who he's talking
any
about.
of this stuff
Yeah.
would have to be in writing.
Well, that's what I would think too, but I haven't signed anything. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not going to suspend me from class for long. I don't know. But I don't know anything until they tell me.
Did they give you a paper when you were taken out of that first class?
Nope. Well, they gave me. Well, it's like every 3 months, I think it is. I have to sign a paper with Dwayne for being in this class. I can't remember signing any paper when I get out of the first class.
Okay, so every 3 months you have to sign a paper. What does the paper say?
I don't know. I can't remember now.
It's a good thing you're signing it, Lauren. It most likely has the reminder of the things you're supposed to be doing. It's an attestation of I haven't been looking at inappropriate images online. I'm not drinking, etc., etc. I know these are violations of my probation, and they have you keep signing it as a reminder because you're too stupid. But even despite the fact that you have to keep signing it every 3 months, you don't know what's on it.
I read it once. I read it the first time, then I haven't read it since then.
Yeah, that's good enough.
The same thing. I think it's just something that saying that I have to take this class.
Okay.
What an idiot.
Probation.
What a complete
Do you
idiot.
think that you being removed from that first class had anything to do with them thinking that it wasn't effective? Maybe they felt you had to go somewhere else to get your treatment?
No, Maria told me I was straight. They just got a different provider. I'm like, it pissed me off at first quite badly because I don't work with guys as well as I do with females. Gene knew that too.
Because he's not even a little bit gay. He's not going to work with a male counselor as well as a female because he's not gay.
And
okay.
She asked me if I was going to be all right. I told her, what choice do I have?
And he's not attracted to little boys because he's not gay. Kids are cute, but he's not attracted to little boys. He likes their cute faces. He likes their faces.
Well, it has to be something more than
But not
that
boys.
for a reason. They got a new provider to assign you to, but that doesn't mean that all of probation changed providers, because everyone who was in the class with you would have had to move too.
Well, I don't know. He was in the class in Waterville. Didn't go to the same class that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I think because he was in the same class.
No, I think it's because he believes there's a special intimate connection with every female he talks to, and there's a chance he can have sex with them. That's it. What's the point of having a connection with a male counselor? He's not going to have sex with the male counselor because every connection he has with a female is a potentially romantic encounter.
Moved to the one in
So why have any encounters with men at that point?
A long time before I did.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't talk a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't talk a lot. Well, especially in this class, because the guy doesn't give you a chance to talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty sad, really, compared to the other class.
He's probably heard your bullshit 100 times. It's like,
I don't
Lorne,
talk a lot. I stay quiet and I listen to what other people say. And
Lorne, we're not hearing about the macaroni. We're not hearing about the deviled eggs. We're not hearing about the homemade meatballs. And we're not talking about Xavier or NBC. So shut it.
Say much about what I'm going through, because what I'm going through is just normal everyday stuff, and I don't have thoughts like they have, like the other people have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They want to, even though they won't admit it. They want to, despite the fact that they claim they don't. They're ignoring their true feelings. They're lying to them, and they're just playing games, and they won't be honest.
And so there's really not much for me to say. So I know they have a problem with me not opening up, but there's nothing for me to open up about in my life that I have now. It's stuff that I've opened up to you about. That
I really recommend you check out a couple of misdemeanors where they go through his
now they're gonna
RSO workbook.
Everything.
Those answers
They don't know anything about.
only
now,
Lorne
because
could
there's
provide.
nothing now it's just everyday stuff.
When he talks about the answer of grooming, he lists people he grooms, his dogs, his friends, Tony, his nieces. So he doesn't even understand the word grooming after going through. He's been in this class for years.
The normal person thinks and does.
I'll put a link to their channel in the description below.
Stuff that is in your past and the reason why you're there.
Well, yeah, but that I have to do. I have to do that in my assignments.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to write it all down and read it all.
And
it's not.
The co-host of a couple of misdemeanors is Tiffany, the person playing Debbie right now.
I was better off in Gene's class.
Okay, but you're not in Gene's class.
I
There's
know.
a reason why you're removed. And you were there
Gene's
for
class,
4.5 years. But the thing is, and I'm just going by the assignment that you showed me, where you didn't answer the question at all. It had nothing to do with you being an offender and what you needed in order to not offend again. That was the question. You talked about the internet and how there's some people on there that might see one thing, but then they're really wanting you for money or whatever. It turned into this really weird rant.
Yeah, but okay. Let me try to make this clear on what my answer was, because I know what it was that made my head go scatterbrain. And
Scatterbrain.
It was what I allowed everybody to do. So what I actually need to not offend again is to not allow people to do that same stuff to me again. To not allow people to use me, and to not put myself in that same position I was in. Does that make sense?
Well, this is why you're in the class, Lorne. Because no, that doesn't make sense.
I know you're looking for a completely different answer from me for that has to do with kids. And that
Here's
has to
the
do with
thing.
sexual thoughts.
It's not about me looking for an answer. I don't
All right,
care
the description's
what the answer is.
or the channel's
But
in the
the point
description there.
is, you're looking at it from the perspective of what happened in Nashville. But that is not when you
Jealousy and sadness when everyone's like, hey, Kyle's out of here. We wish you well. We wish you well. We want you to get well, or whatever song they sing as somebody graduates. And Lorne has had that song sung in front of him hundreds of times, and he cannot get out of RSO class.
became a sex offender. That's when you became known.
It goes all the way. It goes
So
all
I'm
the way
back in this episode. I talked over it.
I don't care what the answer is. But the point is, you're looking at it from the perspective of what happened in Nashville. But that is not when you became a sex offender. That's when you became known.
It goes all the way. It goes all the way before that, to when I realized what people were doing, but I didn't do anything about it, and I just turned to somewhere where somebody wasn't going to use me. Then when I was down in Nashville, I was all fucked up. Why was it different? I don't know.
Because you thought you were hidden.
I tried to. Up then. So what about before, when it was happening?
Well, I try to figure out why I went younger.
Because you're a pedophile.
Well, I
try to figure out why I did that.
I think
I had a
that
hard time figuring that out.
it was because she just happened to be that age. I think that if Kayla was 14 or 15, it would have been the same conversation. It wouldn't have mattered.
You're probably right. It wouldn't have mattered. Sucks so much to have to fucking think about this shit and figure it all out, because it blows my mind that I ever put myself in this position. That's why reading that chat log is so fucking hard for me to read that.
Because why?
Fucking thing.
Why do you hate it?
Because it hurts me to know that I'm the one that said that stuff.
It may have been a little bit different.
Am I making you blush?
But it was the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing that you have to think about, and you have to process, and you have to put that kind of stuff in your answer. Can't dodge it, because ultimately what you're saying is to keep from molesting children. It's going to depend on other people to not use you.
I know, and that's not what I want. That's not the way I wanted to say. Just because it's not. I know it's not. I can't say it's those other people's faults. I mean, it's their fault for wanting to use someone else. But it's not their fault that I allowed it. It's my fault that I allowed it.
Yes. It's not their fault that you then turn that around and put your focus onto these young girls.
No, it's all my fault that I did that.
Right.
It's been hard to come to terms with it.
Yeah. But I feel like you haven't even come to terms.
Oh, I've come to terms with it.
I want to have sex with
an underage girl. That I have. Reading that fucking chat log, it's hard for me to think that I'm the one that fucking said that shit. But I mean, it's all right there, and that's why it's so hard for me to read them.
You sound so sweet.
It's hard for me to read them things. I'm saying penis and vagina and all that fucking crap.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But even beyond that, like I'd mentioned before, it's not just that, because that is enough. You're right. But it's all the other stuff too, about wanting this little girl to be a woman for you.
I know.
No. And that's the thing that was happening with too. You wanted her to be a woman for you. And there's a lot there.
That's bleeped
I
out.
feel like that we haven't talked about. I really
Maybe
do.
Molly.
Because especially the story of you going there.
That's
I think
Molly.
that there's a lot of missing pieces.
Well, there was a lot of feelings between me and.
There was feelings with you.
Because, well, I know there was feelings with too.
Well, she was a child, Lorne.
I know, but children have feelings. They do fall in love with.
All right, wait a minute. I don't want to end it on the heavy note of the Molly stuff. So we're gonna stop it there because that's just a whole other part of the lore. The last thing I will mention here is Laura Owens. Most of you probably aren't familiar with her. She claimed to be pregnant by the Bachelor, Clayton Echard, in late 2023, early 2024. And it was the third time she had done it, and it's all fake. And she is finally, after losing the civil trial and being recommended for prosecution, she has finally been brought up on perjury charges in Arizona. And I looked at my history, and the song that I wrote for her, because she claimed to be pregnant with twins 3 times with no proof. The third time, she didn't even sleep with Clayton Echard, the Bachelor guy. She's like, oh, it was a BJ or whatever. And then she said, I'm pregnant. And then she said, I'm pregnant with twins like within 2 weeks or something. And then said, oh, yeah, you're definitely the parent. Couldn't pass any DNA tests, faked all the sonograms and everything. And she goes off the rails on Medium regularly with unhinged stuff. So I made this song for her, and this is going to be the outro. I published it May 9th, a year ago. May 10th, which was yesterday, it's just past midnight, was the Aurora in the lower 48. If you remember that, that was crazy. So I really liked. Oh, this is my email. It's that at Gmail. So this was my song. I mean, I liked it because I put a lot of effort into the things that I get AI to create. It has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. And now that we're monetized, we can't put up all these songs that I love. So I got to start finding some alternatives. But this was the song I made, and it's an interesting story to check out. More channels have covered it than I have, but thank you everyone for being here. Thank you again to the replay crew. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I know it was a long stream. We will be back next week with Sarah Boone text messages from jail. And they are insane because you realize the letters are her filtered when she's talking and writing. So yes, we'll be back with the wig and the voice and hopefully Derek. And we'll probably do some kind of official Monetization party. But we'll see. So thanks again, everyone, for being here, and have a great night.
My health has its hurdles, but my hope holds strong. Pregnancy and lies push this passion along. First 2 ovaries and then cancer's cruel fate. But 1 ovary left and more twins to create. 3 tales of triumph, my journey sweet strong. 3 twins in a row, where miracles belong. Twin pregnancy hat-trick, showing 3 lives in a row. But no one will ever know. Twins, twins, twins forever. I'm only having twins from now on. Now you're checking my charts and combing through the past. Of course I have 2 ovaries, why do you ask? It's all in my records, my journey's divine. Unless you figured out their fate, then they are not mine. I promise to abort them if you stay by my side. But I swear to God I'll deliver these twins if you plan to hide. Hold on to my hope and believe in the way. Oh, passion dies, so I'm fighting this battle with mother effing twins strapped on each side. Two twins in the thick, a monster drinking the whole game, go about to make somebody's turn cold. Home pregnancy test, twins. HCG test, twins. My horse named twins. Expert says twins.